Mari rapat kemari, jangan takut beta cuma polose berdansa putar baik-baik. Jangan sampai ale terkait, nanti pulang mama besar bakalan. Mari rapat kemari, jangan takut beta cuma polose berdansa putar baik-baik. Jangan sampai ale tagahe, nanti pulang mama besar bakalan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi para hadirin sekalian. And welcome to the IB Southeast Asia Summit 2024 themed Innovate, Integrate, Inspire IB Educations for Globalized World. My name is Tisa and I will be your MC for the day. This event is organized by the International Baccalaureate's Asia Pacific Development Team and hosted by Global Jaya School, Indonesia. We are proud to have ManageBack and Hachette Learning as our sponsors. Thank you all for being here, whether in person in Indonesia or joining us virtually from across Southeast Asia. To kick off the event, we'd like to welcome Ibu Nadia to lead us singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Please be seated, silahkan duduk. Now, we are delighted to present a welcoming performance by IB students from Global Jaya School. Please, a round of applause for the students' performance. Thank you, Year 7, for the refreshing entertainment. We will now briefly review the schedule for the two-day summit. The slide, please. Okay, this morning, we gathered here in the theater of Global Jaya School, or joining virtually, for the opening speeches by the IB and a welcoming address from the Global Jaya School. Following this, we'll hear from the 4 keynote speakers and enjoy 2 presentations from our sponsors. This morning, we'll conclude with a brief photo session, followed by a lunch break and an optional school tour. Please note that the series of in-person breakout sessions will begin at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, featuring 3 workshop sessions on different topics. The day will conclude at 5 p.m. For our virtual participants, you have been provided with a separate schedule for the online sessions. Tomorrow, in-person attendees will again gather in the theater for a guest speaker and panel discussion starting promptly at 9 a.m. The summit will conclude after the remaining workshop sessions. So if you need a minute to take a look, all right. So housekeeping, please bear with me. It's going to take a while. For security guards are on each floor and CCTV camera covered corridors and open areas. But the participants are responsible for keeping their valuable belongings safe. For assembly point in case of emergency, if you're near the primary building area, so the assembly point is the primary building to playground in front of the canteen. If you are near the secondary building area, that's going to be in the soccer field. For water provisions, water dispensers are available for refill. No plastic bottles are provided. The next one, for luggage room, if you need a room to store your luggage for perhaps the second day, we have one in admin building, level 1. It's called Gamelan room. It's going to be for Friday morning only. The next one, the visitors must wear the IB badge on campus at all time. The visitors also must use the designated adult or public toilets. So for Thursday, you will see the signage for the student toilet or the adult toilet. But for Friday, all toilets, it's going to be for public toilet. The visitors are to be polite and respectful to all members of our community. They are also expected to behave sensibly and professionally. The visitors are to use the school's internet network appropriately. The school is a non-smoking area. The visitors are not allowed to smoke, including vaping, consume alcohol, or use of any illegal substances. This includes being under the influence on or around the school premises. The visitors must respect the need for confidentiality. Any issues observed, discussed, or overheard that refer to children, their families, or staff should not be discussed outside of school. The visitors acknowledge that CCTV cameras are located throughout the campus, recorded images for public safety. The liaison team wearing the school lanyard is ready to help. Students will be on campus on day 1, so that means they are here now. The school clinic is open for 2 days. The clinic is located in the admin building, level 1. The visitors are to ensure they are not alone with any students. The visitors will not take still or video images of our students and post them on social media platforms. Next, the visitors must not take personal information from any students or give personal information to any student, including contact details and social media profiles. For Friday prayer, they're going to be nearby mosque, and Friday prayer starts from 11:50 p.m. onwards. And for today, if you need to pray, we have the available venue in the primary building. So if you don't have the access to Wi-Fi, there's the password and also for the ID. So, and also we have the map. Please familiarize yourself with the venue. To ensure you arrive on time for each session, take a moment to review the campus map and familiarize yourself with the locations of key areas. Be mindful of the schedule. Sessions will begin promptly. Please arrive a few minutes early to minimize disruptions and allow time for any necessary setup. Now, without further ado, we would like to kick off the IB Southeast Asia Summit. We will begin with the opening recorded speech from Ms. Stephanie Leong, the Head of Business Development, Asia Pacific International Baccalaureate.
Esteemed guests and fellow educators, good day to you all. I'm deeply honored to welcome each of you to this conference, and I want to start with a heartfelt thanks to Global Jaya School for graciously hosting this gathering. The support has been instrumental in bringing us all together for this important event. Today, we gather under the inspiring theme of Innovate, Integrate, Inspire, IB Education for a Globalized World. This theme reflects our collective goal to explore how international education can adapt and anticipate the needs of an ever-changing, interconnected world. To all educators in the room, let me extend my profound appreciation. You are at the forefront of shaping tomorrow's global citizens, individuals who will navigate complex issues with empathy, insight, and resilience. Your dedication to fostering young minds and cultivating critical thinkers go beyond lessons. It builds a foundation for a better world. Special thanks to our speakers. We're privileged to have an exceptional lineup of speakers today. Thank you for your commitment and contributions to this field. We eagerly anticipate learning from your expertise and insights, and we're excited for the meaningful discussions that will emerge from your sessions. By way of introduction, I've been part of the education sector for over 20 years, and for the past 12 years, I've had the privilege of working with the International Baccalaureate as Head of Development and Recognition for Asia Pacific region. During this time, I've seen the IB's profound impact on developing inquisitive, compassionate, and culturally aware students. It is a mission that resonates deeply with me, and I'm continually inspired by how IB education bridges communities, cultures, and ideas worldwide. The IB, established in 1968, is now recognized across the globe with more than 8,300 programs offered in over 5,800 schools across 160 countries. In the Asia Pacific region alone, it boasts 1,287 IB schools, offering over 1,900 programs across 29 countries. This is a testament to the region's commitment to nurturing global citizens. Through its continuum of 4 programs, the IB equips students with the intellectual, personal, and social skills they need to thrive and positively impact an interconnected world. In many ways, the IB embodies the essence of what international education should be, a pathway to develop adaptable, empathetic, and culturally aware individuals ready to address the complex challenges of our world. As we look at the future of education, several trends and challenges stand out, which highlight the urgent need for a global, future-ready curriculum. Digital transformation. With the rapid advancement of digital technologies, from AI to virtual classrooms, there's a paradigm shift in how students learn and interact. International education must leverage these tools to foster dynamic, interactive learning environments that engage students in ways previously unimaginable. Climate change and sustainability. As our world faces an accelerated climate crisis, students need to understand the global implications and possess the skills to foster sustainable practices. Global education, and the IB in particular, emphasize environmental stewardship, nurturing students who are not only aware of these issues, but prepared to innovate and advocate for solutions. Global citizenship and intercultural competence. More than ever, education must prepare students to engage with diverse perspectives and to navigate cultural differences. The IB's learner profile encourages attributes like open-mindedness and respect, essential for collaboration in an increasingly multicultural world. Critical thinking and problem solving. Complex global issues require individuals who can think critically, analyze data, approach problems with innovative solutions. The IB curriculum actively fosters these skills, helping students to learn to question assumptions, consider alternatives, and make reasoned decisions. The rise of social and emotional learning. Beyond academics, there is a growing recognition of the need for social and emotional learning in schools. SEL helps students develop self-awareness, resilience, and empathy, all qualities that are fundamental to success in life and aligned with the IB's focus on developing well-rounded individuals. Extensive research supports the benefit of international education, revealing significant positive outcomes in both academic and personal growth. It allows for enhanced academic performance. Studies show that students in international programs like the IB often perform better academically, showing strong skills in reading, comprehension, critical thinking, and analysis. It improves critical thinking. Exposure to global perspective fosters strong critical thinking skills. Students who are taught to view issues from multiple perspectives are better prepared to analyze and address complex problems. It increases cultural awareness. Students involved in international education programs develop a deep respect for cultural diversity. This intercultural competence makes them well suited for a diverse work environment and capable of contributing meaningfully in cultural settings. It also allows for global awareness and social responsibility. International education instills a sense of social responsibility and encourages students to think globally. These students often develop a commitment to social justice and advocacy, seeing themselves as stewards of a shared world. While the benefits of international education are clear, implementation often remains challenging. Schools often face financial and logistical constraints, such as the need for professional training, the development of cultural inclusive curricula, and addressing potential language barriers. Additionally, some communities may resist global education due to fears around cultural identity or nationalism. Balancing these diverse perspectives with a focus on inclusivity is a nuanced task that demands thoughtful leadership and dedicated support. The IB is committed to supporting schools in overcoming these challenges. Our curriculum frameworks are continuously updated to align with best practices and global demands. We also offer professional development programs for educators to collaborate, share, and refine their teaching methods. Our learner profile attributes, such as being knowledgeable, open-minded, and reflective, reflect our commitment to nurturing the full potential of every student. These attributes represent the essence of a global citizen, a person who understands, respects, and is committed to well-being of others across borders and cultures. As we reflect on the role of international education, we recognize that education is far more than curricular standards or exam scores. It is, at its core, about empowering students to envision and create a better world. The future of education lies in our hands, in the hands of educators, school leaders, policymakers, and visionaries who are willing to break down barriers, rethink conventional methods, and embrace the potential of international education. The future of education isn't something we wait for. It is something we must actively build. Together, we can ensure that education serves as a bridge, connecting students to the world, fostering understanding, and preparing them to lead with courage and compassion. As we move forward in today's conference, I encourage you all to engage fully. Share your insights, ask questions. This is a space for collaboration, innovation, and mutual learning. Today, together, we'll explore how we can harness the transformative power of international education to create a world that is more understanding, more connected, and more compassionate. Thank you for your presence and contribution.
Thank you, Ms. Leong. We really appreciate your insight. We would also like to acknowledge that the event has been made possible through the support, coordination, and generosity of various speakers, partners, and supporters. In particular, the International Baccalaureate extends its sincere gratitude to Hasset Learning and ManageBac for their invaluable sponsorship of the IB Southeast Asia Summit, and to Global Jaya School for hosting, organizing, and providing exceptional venue for this event. We are now pleased to welcome our next speaker. It is my honor to introduce Ibu Oscarina Dewi Kusuma, Deputy Head of School of Global Jaya. As an IB school, Global Jaya proudly offers three IB programs: PYP, MYP, and DP, ensuring a seamless and holistic educational experience for its students. Ibu Dewi has been a key leader in advancing the school's commitment to the IB philosophy and fostering an environment of academic excellence and community engagement. Please join me in welcoming her as she delivers the welcoming speech on behalf of Global Jaya School.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu untuk kita semua yang ada di ruangan ini. Honorable guests, the Director General of Elementary and Secondary Education, the Ministry of Education and Culture of Indonesia, Bapak Iwan Syahril, International Baccalaureate Representative, esteemed keynote speakers, and all respected guests. As has already been mentioned before, I am Oscarina Dewi, the Deputy Head of Global Jaya School. It is an honor and a privilege for me to stand before you all today as a representative of our school. On behalf of our community, I warmly welcome each of you and thank you for joining us on this special occasion. Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, Gateway to the World has been our school motto ever since the school was established in 1995. This motto and our school vision represent our commitment to preparing students to thrive in an interconnected world. At Global Jaya School, we believe education goes beyond acquiring knowledge. Our mission is to equip students with the essential skills and values needed to engage with the world confidently and ethically. As Giuliani and John Spencer, the author of Empower, in their book, we are not preparing students for something. We are preparing them to prepare themselves for everything. Just last month, I read an article in The Guardian, and it hit me hard. Our world isn't just warming, it's gasping for breath. October report reveals that in 2023, meaning last year, trees and land absorb almost no carbon dioxide. Let's pause on that. The system we count on to keep our world balanced are struggling. So what now? How do we prepare our students for this reality? And what we can do to empower them to do something about it? I understand that these global issues can be, and can feel overwhelming and almost maybe too big to tackle, especially for our children. But that's a reality that we cannot ignore. And that's exactly why we must prepare our students now, not only to understand these challenges, but also to grow resilience, to be adaptive and resourceful in their face. Since its founding, Global Jaya School always believed education should go beyond academic. We don't just focus on test score and grades. We focus on raising young people who are aware of the challenges of their time and prepare them to be part of the solution, not to the problem. As an educator, we know that our students have unique strength, passion, and their own aspiration. And what I like about the IB is that it recognizes and embraces this diversity. The IB programs allow all students to thrive, whether they are naturally strong in academic or not. Its unique approach emphasizes inquiry, creativity, and action, empowering students to explore their individual strength and find their own ways to succeed. For students who may not fit the traditional academic mold, the IB allowed them to grow in areas like service, the arts, problem solving, and global awareness. So it's not only about one type of achievement. It's about developing the whole person. Let me give you an example by sharing a heartwarming story of one of our 11th graders, who has shown courage, care, and dedication to our environment. Her name is Kirana. Although academic may not be her strength, Kirana is not just an ordinary student. At very young age, she started a project that has impacted the community and environment in Maratus, South Kalimantan. Kirana launched Kirana Ratans for Life project in 2024, a program to plant rattan seedling in Hinaskiri village at Maratus, with a noble goal to maintain environmental sustainability while creating economic opportunities for the local community. This inspiring story actually began when she was completing her MYP personal project assignment, where she got an opportunity to to follow and nurture her passion for photography. At that time, she was interested in featuring and documenting the work of rattan furniture craftsmen. While completing her work, Kirana had opportunity to discuss and learn from the craftsmen about the potential of rattan as renewable resources that can be utilized without damaging nature. This discussion really opened her eyes. She realized that she could do something for the environment. So, during her photography exhibition, she brought the craftsman work, the rattan furnitures, and displayed it along with her photograph. Her wonderful photo and the story behind the craftsman captivated many visitors at that time. They wanted to buy both, the pictures and also the furnitures. This unintentional interest made Kirana think that she could actually do something using the profit from selling the rattan furniture. And that was what she did. Using the profits she gained from selling the furniture, she then bought 1,400, so 1,400 rattan seedling to be planted in Desa Hinakiris at Hulu Sungai Tengah in South Kalimantan. And recognizing the work that she did, Kirana's teachers, her MYP coordinator, encouraged her to apply for the Global Youth Action Fund, a very prestigious award given by the IB that gives micro grants to support young people innovative ideas and projects addressing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, and she made it. She got the award. The funds she got from the IB was then used to buy more rattan seedling. Kirana then collaborated with the local government and activists and planted 6,000 more rattan seedling alongside many community members in Desa Hinaskiri. What amazing that she did this in her own time during her school holiday. Through this initiative, Kirana was not only planting rattan, but we feel in school that she was also planting hope. In every step, Kirana had inspired us all. Kirana has shown that caring for nature and society can start now, from a young age, and from very simple steps. I'm sure her story will continue inspiring many people to take action to protect and preserve the earth that we love, and most importantly, to be part of the solution, not the problem. Kirana's stories exemplifies how IB programs allow students to experience success beyond academic, and how the program offer them room to celebrate their unique strength and potential. Kirana's engagement with personal project, which began with her personal interests, not only allow her to go deeper into the areas she's passionate about, but also allow her to look beyond the classroom. This experience cultivates a sense of purpose and initiative. It enabled her to see word application for her learning, turning academic knowledge into innovative solutions that address community issues by collaborating and working together. Isn't it that we are talking about today? Innovate, integrate, and inspire. Yeah. Until here, you might be wondering if we have to wait so long to see the action from our students. She's in year 11. Yeah. But actually, no, Bapak Ibu. Yeah. Action can happen at any point in a child's life. I'm also proud to share that we also have Valerie, a published published author of 2 books. Can you show Valerie, please, Pak Herman? Yeah. Valerie's second book, Molly and Tina, well, her first book titled The Power of High. Yeah. She wrote it when she was in year 1. The second book, she wrote it when she was in year 2. The title is Molly and Tina, and the book was selected as one of the 100 selected words by the Jakarta Library from 1,000 participants throughout Indonesia. And do you want to guess how old is he? Do you want to guess? Yes, 8 years old. Yeah. This young author didn't wait for the right time to act. She sees her inspiration early on and created something that resonated beyond her age. Her journey remind us that action and creativity can flourish at any moment with the right encouragement and support. And through nurturing environment, we empower children to learn and make a difference no matter their age. Again, isn't it what we are talking about today? Innovate, integrate, and inspire. So that's just my 2 cents of story, Bapak Ibu, which I'm proud to share with you. Again, thank you for being here, for your attention, and for your commitment to excellence in education. I'm sure today's event will be productive, enriching, and thought-provoking. And once again, a very welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dewi, for sharing the inspiring IB real-life experience by the students and how we as teachers, as IB community, needs to encourage students to take action. We invite Pak Faisal to give a token of appreciation to Ibu Dewi. Okay, we will now begin our series of keynote speeches from our esteemed speakers. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Avalokita Nanda, Association Manager at the International Baccalaureate, who will moderate and introduce our keynote speakers for the sessions.
Thank you so much for the introduction. What do I need to click? I wasn't aware. Distinguished guests, thank you so much for the keynote speakers as well. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Oscarina Dewi. That's what inspires us all, I think. Students who take action and are not just academic. Academic, of course, is very important, but the action is so important. And to see that from such an early age is what we really believe in the IB. It's my very great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Babak Ivan Siadril, who has been leading system transformation for preschool to year 12 education in Indonesia. I had the wonderful opportunity of speaking to him very shortly earlier on, and the passion for the change in education and for developing learning environments is just amazing to hear. He has been impacting 50 million students and 3.3 million teachers across 420,000 schools. Beginning as an EFL teacher in Indonesia, he gained experience in Canada and in the US, including curriculum development and teaching global education in New York. Iwan holds 2 doctoral degrees from the Michigan State University. They awarded him an honorary doctorate for humanities in 2021. I resonate so much with that, being a humanities teacher myself. And as a former Dean of Education at Sampurna University, he champions student-centered policies and professional learning communities, or PLCs. And we are all part of that, aren't we, today, when we're here to learn, to understand, and to share all our best practices in this wonderful, vibrant community. His work has helped establish over 30,000 professional learning communities in Indonesia, advancing technology-driven, data-informed practices. May I please invite His Excellency to step on stage to deliver his presentation on Beyond Tech Innovation, Empowering Educational Actors and Revolutionizing Learning Culture. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Actually, I changed the title with my slide, so maybe we can go back to the slide. Oh yeah, go directly to the slide. Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you're all in a very good spirit of this summit. We've been warmed by very inspiring stories about students, both like what Bu Dewi just shared with us, and also the wait, this one. And to go back is here. So, stories about students, both from what Bu Dewi just shared with us, Kirana, also the performance that we also saw earlier at the opening. What a wonderful performance. I want to go to the performance, and there's a description on the screen saying that embraces the wisdom of life that is presented to you in every moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'd like to share with you actually. The wisdoms of maybe the past 5 years of my experience leading the system transformation in Indonesia. So please bear with me. I want to share this reflection, the key points that I learned from transforming an education system. First, I want to focus on leadership. The UNESCO just released a new global education monitoring report, just like last week in Fortaleza, Brazil, just after the G20 education ministers meeting. And in the key summary, it says, the very first sentence, education leaders are more than managers. They are change agents. And then it goes to the four dimensions that are basically very fundamental in every school leaders in every school. Set expectations, focus on learning, foster collaboration, develop people. But again, I want to focus actually the word change agents. And this is something that we're trying to grow in Indonesia, this philosophy of education, leaders as change agents. But again, like I want to share with you like the context in which we are operating an education system in Indonesia as a fourth largest education system in the world. This is including the universities. We have 60 million students, 4 million teachers and lecturers, 400,000 schools and universities. But what is missing usually in this description, not only because we have 17,000 islands, but the education governance is basically decentralized. 552 local governments. What it means is that if you want to have a dialogue with each local government to discuss about or to hear about their aspiration about what is needed in their education in their local government, so then they can align their policies, planning and budgeting for their local government. If we gather 552 heads of local government in this room, I don't know the capacity of this room, let's say it's 552, I take 5 minutes for each local government to share, and it goes to the second one, third, until the last one, 552. 5 minutes times 552, that equals 46 hours. One way. It's almost 2 days. If I want to respond, 5 minutes for each local government, that's another 2 days. So that's what it means in our very complex ecosystem of education governance. So just to give you like how the complexity that maybe is often overlooked, and that's how I really felt that very strongly. I realized previously I was an education scholar, studying policy, analyzing policy, but what I did not realize in implementation is this complexity, especially having a super decentralized governance. So we started 5 years ago with defining what the core problem is. We realized that we had significant progress in terms of access, maybe in the last, in 2019. Looking back 20 years before that, we had made good progress in terms of access. More students are in school. We still have a lot of problems, but we've made progress quite significantly for that, especially for basic education. But when the students are in school, the question mark is whether they actually learn, where actually learning takes place. So, and then we, of course, look at many studies about including national, international assessment, and then we define we're having a learning crisis because basically our progress is stuck. We stay the same over and over. And then COVID happened, and what it means for Indonesia, we are one of the countries with the largest school closure days. And if you look at the World Bank study during COVID, they warned countries, one day of students not going to school or doing distance learning at the time that equals to some learning loss in their calculation. But the basic idea is the more school close, students are not in school, it means that the more learning loss that the country would actually suffer. And we are maybe the second one in the world, the counting from the global World Bank. So this exacerbates the problem of learning crisis that we had, that we already defined in 2019, 2020, only 5 months after we started the new administration at the time, COVID took place. So we're still busy sorting out, planning, and then we had this problem. But then we did like a lot of strategies in the past 5 years. I wouldn't go detail to that. But basically, there are signs of learning recovery based on our national assessment data. Basically, that's like our PISA-like data for the national education system. Yes, in 2021, we were in trouble. 53% of our students, only 53% met the minimum competency for literacy and 33% for numeracy. In 2022, schools, we just like ended the school closure. So in the middle of 2022, schools started to open again. So there was an increase a little bit. But then in the 2023, the increase was quite significant to 67% that met the minimum competency and above for literacy and 60% for numeracy. This is still like minimum competency. Of course, what we want is the top ones. But there are signs of learning recovery, and that's what we were focusing in the past 5 years. But I want to focus on, as a leader, back to the Global Education Monitoring Report from the UNESCO, what it means is for us, and perhaps in your respective contexts, I hope this can also resonate to you. The first one, it is super important to start with why. Simon Sinek book, Start With Why. And I think this is what we are trying to focus on. By having learning crisis, we're focusing, okay, problem-solving learning crisis is about the students' learning. So the important part in all of our policies and programs, it should be for students. It's not what is easier for the adults, but what's most important for the students. So the philosophy of student-centered learning, we kind of like extend it to student-centered policy. A lot of discussions going on, especially in early stage. When we were in very dilemmatic situation, we were presented with options about policy decisions, and the minister always asked, what is the best one for the student? oh, option B is the best for the student, but for us it will be a headache to try to administer it, we'll choose that one. We'll figure it out because that's what's best for the student. So, and then the over-communicating the purpose, again, I think I learned it also the hard way. We thought that saying it, I think the communication people will say to you that at least the message is delivered in a mindful way for 5 times, and then it can register to the mind. But if you don't over-communicate it, it will just like not will stay, that message. The second one is making bold decisions early and commit to them. I think politics is quite a complicated, another complicated ecosystem as well. So when we are clear about our why, our direction, we know that some of the current policies are no longer relevant, then as education leaders, especially in a system, we need to have the courage to make bold decisions and commit to them. One of our, perhaps the biggest, the boldest decisions that were made was to stop the high-stake tests to drill into the test kind of exam, focusing on content memorization, and then switching it to the PISA-like assessment for the national ecosystem. So focusing on literacy, numeracy, and also character. Question, why? Because for the future human resources, what we need is the students who are able to be lifelong learners. So literacy and numeracy are the fundamental skills about life as a lifelong learner. So that's why we switch to that and we focus on that. And then it also set the tone for the later decisions that we need, or later policies that we needed to make. So about the curriculum, about teacher development, and etc. It follows this, the very first early bold decisions that were made because we understood this is where we needed to go, and therefore decisions must be followed by that direction. The third one, and this is actually aligned with the UNESCO report, we thought about, okay, if we think about how to grow the human resources in the ecosystem, which is like the principals and the teachers, some maybe are choose like the strategy to, okay, let's grow develop the teachers, but then the thing is, usually if the teachers are trained and enlightened and inspired, they go back to their school, and then the principals are not aligned, or the school supervisors are not aligned. Usually, maybe the teachers will try to keep the idealism for a while, but after that, usually they will just like give up and go back to what the principal really wants them to do, or the school supervisor wants them to do. But if you invest in leaders, they are transformed. They will actually become the mentor and coaches in every school and create a learning community, and the teachers can learn together under the principle that is already transformed. And this is why the investment on leaders are super important in an ecosystem. They will become the change agents at the grassroots level. What are the characteristics of our new generation of leadership in Indonesia? The first one, they're problem solvers. What does that mean? Situations in Indonesia, we have a lot of schools that are very limited in resources, a lot of challenges. So the mindset is actually the key in this training. Usually, when these school leaders or teachers are presented with problems, they usually say, of course we cannot do this, we cannot do that because we don't have this, we don't have that. Let's not do that. Let's just like stick to just like this. We cannot do change. We cannot change because to change you need this to happen. Half glass empty mindset. We switch it to half glass full mindset. So asset-based thinking, that's actually the the philosophy. Yes, we don't have that, we don't have this, but we have this. What can we do with this so then we actually can reach the goal of change that we want to see? So instead of feeling powerless, they feel empowered. And as you know, mindset matters a lot. In many situations, when a lot of limitations and challenges, the mindset matters in how actually we can reach the goal. The second one, the way they problem solve is not like in silos. Collaborate. They know that the need for a community. And number three, in the collaboration, there is a sense of egalitarian rather than hierarchy. It can be teachers who are already more senior than the others. It can be also, and this is maybe quite rare in other countries as well, teachers from different levels of schooling. Can you imagine this community consists of leaders and teachers from kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, special needs education, vocational education, get together to learn from each other. And sometimes the coach, the mentor in this community are from also different levels. Can you imagine that the coach comes from elementary school and the participants there are from high school? Why can they do that? Because the mindset of egalitarian, they see, they can listen to each other and feel that, oh, I can actually use the ideas from the kindergarten teacher, or kindergarten leader, then transform it to my context. And then, of course, the disposition, students first and foremost. Lifelong learners. The program for teacher, also leadership training is 9 months at the beginning, and then we switch it to 6 months. At the beginning, they were complaining, why do we have to do 9 months training? It's too long. You know what they said after the program finished? Why was it so fast? We need to learn more. Because again, like there is this habit of learning, they want to know more, the thirst of knowledge. And the sixth one is resilient. As individuals and as a community, they are resilient to advance the agenda of reform in their respective communities. Number 4, I think I shared this story with some of the few keynote speakers earlier. In 2022, we launched our new curriculum as an option because at the time it was still COVID and post-COVID situation. So those who wanted to choose the new curriculum, they can register their school and they will receive some kind of guidelines about what they need to do. I was the DG, Director General for Teachers at the time. The head of the curriculum said to me, hey, we're going to launch this curriculum. Please support us with support for teachers. And then at the time, it was still COVID, right? 2022, early 2022. I said like, wow, I don't think we have enough people to do the training support because we already had some programs running at the time that require teachers to be mentors, coaches, facilitators, and so on, all over Indonesia. But then I learned from the master teacher, the new leadership program. The program was designed not for remote kind of learning, distance learning, but we had to switch to 70% of the component of the leadership training was online because of COVID. The initial plan was to fly the best teachers in Java to all of these locations outside Java. Recruit all these teachers from SPK, teachers from international schools, and then send them to maybe for a week, in 2 months, they can help train teachers or leaders in outside Java. But then COVID happened, we could not do that. So we had to stick with the local resources. So we did like some kind of assessment. those who want to become mentors or facilitators in the leadership program, they need to pass the assessment that we created. So it was in 56 local governments first, and then it became more and more. When we visited this, we realized that, hey, the participants of this program in Papua that I first visited, similar to the ones I met in Kalimantan, they showed the same kind of like the problem-solving mindset, egalitarian mindset. And I went to more places, and then I realized, and wait a minute, how could this be similar characteristics? Because their mentors and coaches are not the same, right? You would imagine the quality of our educators in Papua are different than in Kalimantan, different in Bali, different in Sumatra. And yet we saw like similar kind of characteristics of the participants, like the mindset change and everything. And the question is, why? So when the head of the curriculum asked me to provide the teacher support, then I said, maybe it's not the individual excellent teachers. Maybe it's about the community. So our strategy in implementing the new curriculum, which is still optional at the time, let's do professional learning community. So if a school chooses to adopt the new curriculum, they are required to form school-based professional learning community. Believe it or not, in Indonesia, until that time, school-based professional learning community is a foreign idea. When I asked, after that, we implemented this, I asked the school principal, which just started to implement the new curriculum. I remember the conversation was in North Sulawesi. And then she said, well, Pak, after a few months now, it used to be a warehouse. I cleaned the warehouse and then switched it to like a study room for, meeting room for the teachers. Very modest, like put tables and chairs. So the teachers meet there every Friday to discuss about their student issues, and they take turns presenting and then sharing ideas. And then I said, oh, okay, so what happened before? Before, teachers just after finished teaching, stay in their classroom, marking students' work, planning for the next lesson, then go home. There was no communication between each other. Now they talk. And there was this, it's a new culture in our school. And this has become, we saw, and I think because of our philosophy of we call gotong royong, the spirit of social solidarity, and helping each other, this becomes a game changer in our implementation. It's not ideal. They still need to learn about how to make better PLC. But there is a new kind of culture. It's like now it's kind of a given, oh, I have PLC in my school. What about your school? And they learn from each other. This term did not exist a few years back. And accelerated by technology, we have a platform. So their school-based professional learning community, the question sometimes, but we don't know how to get the knowledge. We need the speakers to come to our school. And because of the technology on the platform, they can get some modules for self-development. They can learn together, discuss together. And if their problem is about how to do social-emotional learning, there is a module there. They implement, and so on. There was this school, I think, in Nusa Tenggara, that I visited. The principal was telling me about their profession. They call this a teacher-friendly professional learning community. Teacher-friendly. Then I said, what do you mean teacher-friendly? Oh, I don't mandate my teachers to join this PLC. It's up to them. It's their choice. So if they don't want to join, that's fine. But they come on their own will. And then, okay, so what did you do? What have you done? So he said that I realized that my teachers we have a problem in differentiated instruction, how to reach every learner. So they take turns about sharing about how they do the strategy. And then they did something that they did not know. It was lesson study. So yeah, I cluster the teachers, and then they create the lesson plan together, and then one teacher execute lesson plan, the others observe, and after that they discuss again, and the other teacher teach, they create the lesson plan again, and then they see it and observe. They didn't know the term lesson study, but they were doing lesson study. And it was amazing for me to see the logic of problem solving, the logic of this learning culture that is happening in schools that have active PLC. Technology, this was actually more what I wanted to share with you, but I just want to highlight that technology is an accelerator. In a system transformation, we need to understand why we're doing what we're doing first, our core strategies, and then how technology accelerate that. What is amazing about technology, I think there's no way I think Indonesia can reach all of our stakeholders, 420,000 schools, without using technology. Technology is the only way. But technology is not technology the most sophisticated one. We're building technology that can work with the situations in the remote locations. So the platform works with 2G, 3G signal. So and then the interface and everything was made simple, because if we build the most sophisticated technology, only the tech people will be happy, but the users are not happy because it's too complicated. But if it's what the users really need, and again, adopting the platform is also is a choice. It's not mandated to them. Priorities. Do not boil the ocean. If everything is important, nothing is important. If everything is priority, then actually there is no priority. And this is one of the hardest part being a leader in my experience. When you have to make a decision about what is the priority, some stakeholders will not be happy. But you have to make a decision, because you cannot do everything and then expect everything will be fine. So you need to hyper-focus, especially when you are faced with limited time and limited resources. The other part is also important in our journey. We cannot do all of those things without transforming the internal ministry. So we are doing a lot of sessions like leadership development, transforming the culture to be more also collaborative and egalitarian inside the ministry. And then we see a lot of good talents can assume leadership positions in very flexible structure of work. And they actually become the key factors in how we can implement at scale. So suddenly, we had a lot of young talents that lead projects that very priority projects that make an impact in the ecosystem. Communication team, I learned it the hard way, especially at a system level, what I have experienced. You need a good policy is not enough. A well-intended policy is not enough. You need to have a good communication team. And here is not only to think strategically about how to craft a message and etc., but more importantly is about how to handle the crisis. Because crisis will take place. When you're doing transformation, you are disrupting the status quo. When you are disrupting the status quo, many stakeholders will not be comfortable. So you need a good comms team, not only for, again, strategic communication, but also for mitigating crisis. This is also, I learned it the hard way, the power of choice, trust, and also agency. When a disruptive policy is mandated, usually the results will backfire. I'll explain it in my next slide. But when it is optional, people who are willing to take risks to try, they will become the early adopters. But if you mandate it for everyone, those who are resistant to change will be forced to have to change, and that will be in our ecosystem, like as big as us, very, very disruptive in terms of noisy. So this is the normal curve. I think everybody's familiar with this. This is from the Law of Diffusion of Innovation by Everett Rogers. I think a lot of startups using this, tech companies or big companies, for looking at whether their product penetrate the market or not. For me, I simplify this into 3 parts. The first part is the one on the left side. Maybe it's about, here it says 16% or 20%. These are the innovators and early adopters. When you want to create like disruptive policy, the majority will not like it. So when you give a choice, you rely on their agency and then building trust on that. These early adopters will be your early champions of the disruptive policy, and then they will then recruit the second category in the middle, the big one. Here is called the early majority and late majority. I categorize them as late adopters, part 2, the ones in the middle. They will be, little by little, will go to the left side, will be the late adopters. And the part 3, the third part on the right side, we call laggards here. Laggards in Everett Rogers' definition basically is those who, no matter what you do, no matter what data you show, no matter like how powerful your argument is, will not likely to join the change, will not buy the change. It's called laggards. So this theory, I think, how I keep sane with our effort to change. Change takes time. Change will not happen to everyone. We need to be realistic. This is like the human context, the sociology of our being. There will always be the third part. If we are lucky, maybe there are 10%. And the question for the system leader is how to manage those 10%. So they're not disrupting the direction of change. But focus on the first early adopters. Focus on your 20%. And then they will likely to recruit the late adopters, the part 2, little by little. There's early majority and there is the late majority. So people will ask, hey, your ideas are good, but how come many are still facing the problem? And to me, the way I say it, that's the journey of change. Change will not happen just like magically and everything is red and rosy. It takes time. So be patient. But focus on your first 20% of the early adopters. And this is how tech companies, startup, really think about whether they're making a progress or not, whether they can reach that early adopters or they are not reaching that. So, as a closing, I leave you with these 3 points. So change is what is needed, right? The world is changing. I think Bu Dewi describes very beautifully and also scary, right? The society is changing. Education is to change, to embrace the disruption. For disruption is the new normal. Education leaders, therefore, need to be comfortable with the uncomfortable. Second, leadership for change is painful. It's much, much, much more peaceful if you just maintain the status quo. We will be tempted to do that. Don't disrupt the status quo, and then everything will be peaceful. But we cannot, because our children need us to do something, to provide the way, the gateway to the future. What was the tagline that Bu Dewi was mentioned about Global Jaya School? The gateway for the future, for our students. So education cannot stay the same, and leaders especially, we cannot be the same. If you are just maintaining the status quo, you are not leaders, you are simply managing. Leadership for change is painful because you will face resistance and challenges. Some may like the new ideas, but as I mentioned, most usually prefer the status quo at the beginning. But number 3, the obstacle is actually the way. This is also the title of a book that I love. The obstacle is the way. Leaders have to make decisions in uncertain environment. That, again, our problems for the future, we never know what they are exactly. Some of the solutions may work, some solutions may not work, but we need to dare to take risks. For we cannot afford business as usual. We need to move forward, not backward. To lead for change, therefore, is to become risk tolerant. In other words, to lead for change means to be okay with failures. In fact, we can learn from failures from our famous genius inventors such as Einstein, Marie Curie, Thomas Alva Edison, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates. Their stories are not stories about superheroes. Their stories are stories about being humans. It's not about their innate talent and aptitude that led them to great achievements, but it is their grit and determination. No matter how hard the situations, despite repeated failures, there are always second chances for us to keep going, and that is the key. So the future is scary. AI, climate change. Well, we can understand there is anxiety, but there is also an opportunity if we dare to make decisions for innovation and if we are okay to embrace failures. Fail fast, learn fast. I'll leave you with 2 quotes from one is my favorite book, my favorite author, and my favorite TV series, Paulo Coelho and Grey's Anatomy. You know Grey's Anatomy? Paul Coelho, the secret of life is to fall 7 times and to get up 8 times. Meredith Grey, the character in Grey's Anatomy, says, and even the biggest failure, even the worst, most intractable mistake beats the hell out of never trying. Education should be at the forefront of innovation. As the great Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So let's keep going. For all of our children, for the future of our planet, our shared global village. We cannot give up. Let's design and lead change with empathy. Let's adapt accordingly by acknowledging and understanding the complexity towards a more perfect humanity. Thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Pak Iwan. It was amazing, your speech and your presentation. There were so many things that resonated. But the first one was, what do the learners need? And focusing on that, and your entire strategy and vision of change in such a huge country with so many complexities, and the fact that you're making it happen. I think that is just so amazing. So much of what you said resonated with what the IB believes in. And I know we're very short of time. There's no time for questions, but thank you so much for this. Thank you for the strategy and the way that you're making it happen. I think providing that framework and providing those learning communities for your teachers and your wonderful involvement in all of that is just very, very empowering for all of us. And I think all of us who are teachers, we are all teachers here and educators, we resonate with so much of what you have said at our own small level, but you're doing it on a public scale. It's amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay, and now we would like to invite Ibu Dewi as the representation of our school and Mr. Faisal as the representation of IB to give a token of appreciation to Pak Iwan Syahril.
Thank you so much again, Pak Iwan. It is my absolute pleasure to invite Mr. Jaspal Sidhu, a founder of the SIS Group of Schools and Inspirasi Schools. Jaspal is a engineering graduate with an MBA and a distinction, and is the Singaporean founder and chairman of SIS Inspirasi Group of Schools, which has expanded across Indonesia, Myanmar, India, and Asia through partnerships with International Finance Corporation, private equity, and impact funds. Previously in mining, Jaspal shifted focus in 2004 to provide affordable quality education in developing countries' capitals and emerging cities. The group won the prestigious Financial Times IFC Award in 2019. Jaspal is a fluent Bahasa Indonesia speaker, is on the governing council of the Singapore Chamber of Commerce in Indonesia, and a 3-time amateur stand-up comedy champion. He's not allowed to do any more comedy, I understand. Jaspal, it is my pleasure to invite you here on stage on your topic, Bridging the Education Divide, Unlocking the Power of Scalable, Innovative Models.
Maybe I should tell a few jokes while we do this. Do I click? Nothing's happening. No, I just need that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Pak Iwan, fellow speakers, host Global Jaya, ladies and gentlemen. In my 30 years of working across Indonesia, which, by the way, is the 4th most populous country in the world, but sadly one that's struggling at the bottom end of OECD PISA rankings, I believe we have cracked the code to make education affordable, accessible, profitable, and therefore sustainable through this very simple model that we call the half fees model. And this is how it works. Every time we decide to do a school, we will pick a location very carefully, and then we will halve the fees of that school when compared to our previous school. For example, if we establish a school in a large city and the school fees are, say, X dollars, and we move to a mid-sized city, I will halve the fees. And when we move to a smaller city, we will halve the fees again. And all the schools will then be in this highly collaborative ecosystem powered by technology. It doesn't matter where you are in the tuition fee pyramid, but all the schools share pedagogical ideas, operational ideas throughout the year. No school operates in isolation. Now, we have been systematically doing this, and I plan to take the fees further down. And we are today in 16 locations, 11 cities, and 4 countries. This idea came from a single experiment that I conducted many years ago. And it came about from my own experiences in Indonesia, working all the way from Aceh to Borneo, and also came about from what I saw. And it all started in the jungles of West Sumatra. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a son of a doorman, a satpam, a humble family from Singapore. When I graduated, there were no jobs. And the only job was in this forest near Bengkulu. That was the first city that I saw in Indonesia. 6 months while working in the coal mine, 2 engineers were working at the embankment of a river. They both slipped and fell. The body of one engineer was never found. The other was found 38 kilometers away, buried in mud with a damaged spine. I am that second engineer. I was in this clinic for weeks, and outside my clinic, I could see an Indonesian school. And all I could hear was laughter, happiness. One day, I decided to limp and look into the school, and I saw smiling faces. I did not see technology. I saw old tables and chairs. I saw smiling teachers. I saw smiling students. Obviously, there was a connection. Many, many years later, the company that I worked for hit the jackpot. We discovered one of the largest coal mines in Indonesia. I could enjoy the luxuries of life, and more importantly, my children went to a very, very expensive school. Now, what I want you to see here is look at the spread between the top schools and what we see at the bottom. This is a 30x spread. In some countries, it's 40x or 50x. Now, that was a great school. The connections in the school that was going on between teachers and students were amazing. But it was an expensive school. And I felt privileged that this son of a doorman had children in such an expensive school. I decided to equalize the odds. I started to examine schools up and down the tuition fee pyramid in Southeast Asia. The first thing I discovered was investors, teachers, technology providers, vendors would all the time levitate to the top of the tuition fee pyramid because these schools are profitable, they're accessible. And who was at the bottom end? NGOs, CSR money, philanthropists. And when money runs out, these schools struggle. So I decided there had to be a different model. I took an abandoned building in South Jakarta and I halved the fees. I looked at what was at the top of the OECD PISA rankings, Singapore, my home ground. We took the Singapore curriculum with very clever people and blended it with the Indonesian curriculum, and the results were fantastic. But $16,000 is still very expensive in a country like Indonesia. So I took an abandoned building and I halved the fees again. And what we did was, the teacher profile obviously changes, because if you are in a school, teachers are one of the highest cost. We then linked this $8,000 school to the 16 and allowed them to collaborate. I learned two things. Number one, it does not matter what kind of technology you have, but if you don't have a culture in your school that promotes collaboration, it is wasted money. Number two, I learned that if you allow teachers to collaborate, they not only perform well, they excel. And if you put them in an ecosystem that allows them to collaborate, there is a sense of belonging. And you will feel their growth. And then they will feel the growth of the students. I soon learned foreign teachers would come and go. But we discovered that this DNA of collaboration was very strong amongst Indonesian teachers. But what was the challenge? Respect to authority, not wanting to lose face, not expressing disagreement in an open forum. So we had to work things around that. We came up with this thing called structured collaboration, where would we allow people, teachers, Indonesians, non-Indonesians, to express their views based on certain projects we gave them. It was interesting how they actually developed. The other thing I learned was the smaller the city I go to, the higher the need to perform, because they understand this was the problem of the community. They understood that they need to do something better to help their neighbors. The only problem in the small cities is the lack of exposure to best practices. And I learned that if you show the Indonesians in the smaller cities how things are done, they learn and they copy. And that's why in a lot of investment conferences, I say copyright in Asian countries means the right to copy. I then decided, when we found the results it took us some time to create that culture. I then approached the World Bank, and they decided to fund us. They liked the idea, and I halved the fees, and I halved the fees, and I will keep halving the fees. And they all are in this system of collaboration powered by technology. The SIS schools are on the mid to upper pyramid. Inspirasi schools will be mid to lower part of the pyramid. Our students, no matter where they are, perform above international benchmark exams, and they go to some of the best universities in the world. We were, in 2019, given the World Bank and Financial Award for this transformative idea that we have, allowing schools at the bottom end of the pyramid to collaborate with those above. And this is one of the points I always tell schools. You have to have public schools collaborate with you, because vertical collaboration allows the opening of ideas. Not sending students during CAS to take pictures and paint the building, but collaboration all year round. Well, Singapore had an article on us. This year, I'm very proud to say that Deloitte has named Inspirasi as one of the most impactful organizations. I speak in conferences. I enjoy talking to ministers and people like Pak Iwan, sharing what I call operational ideas. I take these ideas all the way to Africa and Middle East. I spoke to Samsung about tech, and I argued with them. The problem with tech providers is they keep coming to principals and board members and cut a deal with us when you should be going to speak to the teachers. But that's very hard to do. So they sell the tech and they run away, and teachers are wondering, what am I going to do with this tech? You are the users of the tech. You need to have a big voice in your school. And I, of course, promote Indonesia in my conferences. I spoke to Cambridge, and I'm here talking to you in this IB Summit. People ask me, what is the external environment like being in Indonesia? If there's one slide, with your permission, Paiwan, which I will use to summarize the Indonesian education terrain, it's this. There is an aspirational class which is tech-savvy, who is keen to get into good schools. There is a forward-looking government, people like Pak Iwan, the new people under Pak Prabowo, and before Pak Jokowi, and decentralization. It has cut bureaucracy. It has allowed to work with the regional governments. Yes, there may be challenges, but I still think it's better than central bureaucracy. And areas that I guess Indonesia is still struggling is for quality education to be really accessible. And I don't blame them. 17,000 islands. You try to make it accessible. Misaligned programs. Some of the universities need to figure out what the industries are looking like and align the programs. And schools, don't leave it to the universities. You start thinking what the industries need and bring the skills into your schools. And finally, teacher and technology, a perennial problem. Now, to be fair, what you see here is similar to many emerging economies around us. So people ask me, what is the key to our success? It's this. It's empowering teachers and embracing technology. And let me give you, now if you look at the role of a teacher, from our research, no matter what a teacher does, I think you can put a teacher's role into one of these 9 buckets. They are technology guiders, they are bridges to communities, they are storytellers, they are well-being coaches. There's a lot of things that you expect from a teacher. But the big question is, where are you going to find such teachers? And for us, it gets harder as we look at smaller cities. I've always argued to a lot of educationists, and I share this with board members and policymakers, the solutions to the problems of our education sector very often lies in other industries. Sometimes stop looking around you. Figure out what other industries are doing. So what we did was, we had a major project with Deloitte. And I asked Deloitte, I wanted to understand, how do the Apples, the Googles, the Starbucks of the world, how do they hire people? How does Starbucks go from India or the US all the way to Indonesia and still have that bubbly person in front? There were 11, maybe 12 learnings. It cost me an arm and a leg. Deloitte is not that cheap. But right at the top was this: hire for attitude, train for skills. Hire for attitude, train for skills. I saw the word attitude in Pak Iwan's skills, the go for attitude. And it made me think, attitude is not the monopoly of people in big cities. Attitude exists everywhere. Then comes the next question. What are these attributes that we were looking for? So we have spent close to 10, 15 years looking at this area with an R&D company, and we have concluded there are 8 different attributes that a teacher needs. Attributes that is irrespective of the color of your skin, irrespective of where you come from, how much you are paid, or what your background is. And we call them effectors. And let me very quickly explain to you. Earnest. Folks, that's a humanizing element. Why are you being a teacher? We have those discussions. Your pay packet is 25% less than your peers in another industry. You know that. And over time, it gets bigger and bigger. Why are you a teacher? Because you are special. You sacrifice your time. You sacrifice a journey. You get hammered by parents, but yet you are there because you are a very special individual. Number 2, funny or humor. I always say to my team, if you don't have any humor or sense of humor, do not be a teacher. Go be a prison guard. Why? Because today students levitate to humor. Anything intellectual on TikTok doesn't go viral. Anything funny goes viral. So a humorous teacher makes connections. Firm, that's classroom management. Still they are kids with positive psychology. Enthusiasm, that's contagious. You get a teacher walking around class, you get a teacher with a different tone, you get a teacher which enthusiastic body language, you will find students paying attention. And we have also discovered the enthusiastic teacher is likely to be the one that embraces technology. Consistent, students thrive in a consistent environment. They need to get to you as a teacher because you are a friend. Now the sad part is, you also have a home. And you may be struggling with your own relationship, and yet you have to come to school and be that stable person. You have to. Timeliness, which is intervention. Open-minded is a teacher who calibrates an opinion and gives voices to the quiet, and the teacher who realizes that he or she who doesn't have the answer. I would like you to know, ladies and gentlemen, that each of this attribute has research that says they all help in making connections with the student. And those connections with the student results in a positive mindset change, and that positive mindset change results in better student outcomes. And Facebook, Meta, taught us how to run boot camps. I don't know whether you know, in some of our schools, you will not be able to come in without joining a boot camp. And through the boot camp, we pick some of the finest teachers. Let's talk about technology very quickly. Again, whatever tech you have in your school, it is very likely to fall in one of these buckets. Whether it's real-world problem solving, whether it's gamification, there's so much of tech out there. The question today you should be asking yourself isn't what kind of technology you want, but what do you want from technology? And that is why I say you have to have a louder voice in your schools. I have seen, and I'm going to say, many of you know I'm very blunt, and I'm going to say something controversial. I have seen in many schools tech, useless tech, but owned by the same owner. And the teachers are so afraid to say, get rid of this crap, because it is owned by the owner. Keep your tech independent to what you are doing in school. For us, when we embraced technology, it wasn't about personalized learning. It was about creating a unified culture in the organization. And it took us a long time to get to where we are. A unified culture for one common goal, the students. And then we figured out what tech we wanted. And how did we do this? First thing, data. Transparency. In our schools, principals get to see the financials. In fact, this principal get to see the financials of that principal. And if you understand finance, when you're exposed to ratios, you understand how well your schools are doing. Keep data away from your educators, you will lose the trust of your educators. Structured collaboration, that's controversial. Again, in an Asian culture, you have to encourage collaboration. And there are many ways to do it. It doesn't matter where our school lies in the pyramid, everyone gets access to the same professional development network. And the last one is feedback. I tell my organization, if you can't measure it, it doesn't exist. I want transparent feedback. And I can tell you, this feedback includes the happiness of our teachers. Just 2 days ago, I saw the numbers. I was thinking, we are running at 92% happiness. But I'm still asking why the 8% are not so happy. And we will get there. The other reason, I guess, we are where we are is diversity in management. I always encourage boards of any school to have diversity in their board. Boards struggle with this. And the kind of pedigree funders we have. The World Bank, family offices, impact investors has brought a very different level of best practices. I hope you will do one thing if you are a decision maker. We have a whistleblowing policy in the company. If anyone thinks that's corruption, collusion, nepotism, sexual harassment, there's an independent number that they can call. And investigation triggers because we get funding from some very interesting groups. That's today. What will tomorrow be like? If there's one report, and I know sometimes you all don't like to read reports, if there's one report I wish if you would all have time, is this World Economic Forum report. I purposely put the URL there. And that report looked at all these companies, industries, employees, and you know what was the conclusion? Well, I've summarized the conclusion. It says there'll be lesser jobs. It says that any jobs that will be created will be disrupted by technology and environment. I worry for our graduates. Folks, those A grades may not get them jobs. There'll be lesser and lesser jobs. Therefore, you will need skills like this. In our school, we call them PACE. Perseverance, analytical skills, collaboration, and entrepreneurship. And I want to pause and talk about entrepreneurship. Because there'll be lack of jobs, because our children do not want to work under big bosses, hence startups. Hence, everyone wants to start a business. Micro entrepreneurs will drive the economy of a country like Indonesia in the region. Therefore, you as schools got to give them the skills around entrepreneurship. What about today? Today, our children, our students are facing this. This is a real problem. Bury this under the carpet, you will pay the price. Data from the US and America, I haven't seen any data from Indonesia, shows these are the pressures that our kids are facing. There were 2 slides that I had put in, but I took them out because they were dark slides. After looking at them, I got depressed. It was data about suicides in Singapore. It's up. Young kids. In a country which is number 1 in the world of OECD rankings. Ask yourself, what are your children going through today? Therefore, if you look at IB, and I'm invited by IB, so I shall talk a little bit about IB. It ticks all the boxes. It ticks the boxes of skills of the future. It ticks the boxes of empowerment, resilience. But I will tell IB, and I will tell Cambridge, and I will tell every school person out there, it is not going to work if you don't have great teachers in your class. And that's where you need to invest. Let me tell you what happened during COVID. I'm a storyteller. I will end with a story. When COVID hit, my investors from London and other parts of the world started panicking. Remember, investors look for returns. First thing that came, cost cutting. And I said to them, there will be no cost cutting. And I spoke to them. I was in close to 28, 30 Zooms, town halls. Spoke to the teachers. And I said to all the teachers, if you run home, you may not come back. If you go home, you'll be in another time zone. I need you here. I promise you that there'll be no retrenchments. I promise you there'll be no pay cut. I know you are stuck in a small room, like I was. So we gave them free Spotify, and we gave them free Netflix. And then we found out Indonesians always have pahe, paket hemat, off the internet. So they were saying, Pa, it doesn't matter, I can't see my movies. So we told them to get the maximum internet that they could get bandwidth. And then we realized they are in their own houses doing all of these things. Their electricity bills were going up. We paid the difference in the electricity bills. And then we knew they were worried about their family back home. Uncles, aunties, we told them, tell me who you're worried about. We brought them into the school's emergency fund. So a teacher in the Philippines who was worried about the father and wanted to run home, no need. We moved the dad to a hospital, which the teacher wanted. Then came the last part, thank you. Then came the last part. One of them said, Sir, you said I don't go home, but my contract says I get an air ticket every year. What are you doing with my money? So we transferred the money to their individual bank accounts. Do you know what happened? We had one of the best online training programs. My enrollment went up 15.8%. I was able to raise more funding after COVID. Look after your teachers. There should be no reason for you to start cutting teachers first. So, to policymakers, to board members and school owners, I say this. It's about the teacher. And I know there are many teachers, and to you, I say this. It's about the connection. That connection with the students. Because when you make that connection with the child, you will see in the child brighter eyes, a wider smile, no matter what he goes through in his own house. Magic happens. You are responsible for that magic. But Iwan raised the interesting question of why. Why do we all do what we do? We could all be somewhere else making a bit more money. We could all be retiring. Now, whether you are a school like SIS and are establishing quality, affordable education in bigger cities with effectors, whether you are a school like Inspirasi, looking at changing the terrain in the kabupatens, in the smaller cities, whether you come from the IB ecosystem and believe about caring and a peaceful world, or you are a funder like the World Bank, looking at breaking prosperity, you need to reflect. Why do you do what you do? As for me, I am a son of a humble doorman, where education has brought me to where I am. I do what I do because I believe we need to equalize the odds out there. Because if you're sitting on something good, you need to make that good available to the largest number of people in the best possible way. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a privilege. Thank you.
Jessica, thank you so much for this, for your passion and vision for bringing access to education to so many, and for your fabulous financial insights into how to make that happen and pulling so many resources together. It was really an inspiration to hear you. Thank you for the shout out to teachers. That's what makes it all happen, and to those connections with students. Thank you again very much. Please stay on stage for 2 minutes.
We invite Ibu Dewi and Pak Faisal once again to give the token of appreciation.
And what a wonderful segue into Dr. Gregory Brunton's talk that is coming up next. Dr. Gregory Brunton is an experienced educator, with a leader with over 15 years in senior leadership across top international schools in Asia. As the current head at IGB International School in Malaysia, Dr. Brunton has successfully led initiatives in strategic planning, enrollment growth, and facility enhancements. His expertise in leading 4-program continuum school through rigorous accreditation processes and his deep understanding of the international baccalaureate programs makes him uniquely qualified to offer informed perspectives. Dr. Brunton holds an Ed.D. in educational leadership from Lehigh University and has presented at numerous international conferences. And Dr. Greg also shares a passion for the career-related program, and the reason that it's such a great segue from what Jaspal was just speaking about is about building those capacities and capabilities for students in the future. I'd like to welcome Greg on stage. Sorry.
Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to be here to share some of my experiences that relate to our conference theme. I'd like to start first with the beginning, because I've been an educational leader for a long time, but one of the things I wanted to talk about first is talk about a transformative experience that I had when I was a head of school. I was starting a new position as a head of school in Shanghai, and as usual, the school community wanted to meet me. The students wanted to meet me, the parents wanted to meet me, the teachers wanted to meet me, because they're all kind of figuring out who is this new person now in charge of the school, what is he like, and what's the future going to hold for us. And so they're all trying to meet me and ask questions. And I remember vividly this one woman coming up to me, big smile on her face, and her name was Angela Smith. And she was at the school because she was working for Stoke City Football Club, and she was providing the after-school football program. And Stoke City is a Premier League football team, and to have them come to the school and provide coaches was a very unique football program for our school. So she comes to me all excited, big smile on her face, trying to say, okay, what's the future of our football program look like? And she goes, so Greg, you like football? And I had one of those life moments where I'm thinking, okay, learner profile, principled. And I said, no, not really. So you can see the big smile on her face start to kind of go down about 0.5%, like, okay, what's the future hold now with our school with this guy who doesn't even know football? So she asks another question, trying to save the whole situation. She goes, okay, well, you've at least seen a professional match before. And I'm like, no, sorry, I've never seen that. I'm more of a math science kind of guy, you know, build engines for the car and things like that. It's like, no, I haven't. So now she's kind of getting really worried. And she asked the last question because I'm living and working in China. She goes, you at least know what the Super League is. And I said, no, I know Super Bowl, but I don't know what is that. And she goes, Greg, that's the name of the football league in China where you live and work. So at this point, she's very, very worried about the future of the football program and then what that's going to be like for the school. So like I said, she was part of Stoke City, and so I just generally knew of the program and what she was providing for our students with the football program. But I was smart enough to have an open mind that even though I know pretty much nothing about football, and that's all very accurate, I was at least smart enough to have an open mind to think about what does this partnership mean for our school, and more importantly, what does this partnership mean for our students? So I decided to give it some time. And then I found out a little bit more about Angela. Sorry, having difficulties there. Does that work? Okay, there she is. Okay, so then I started to find out more about Angela as I was working with her. And I was really impressed because I found out that Angela Smith was the world's first woman professional squash player. She was world champion squash player. She was an Olympian squash player. And she met lots of famous people during her career playing squash. You may recognize one there in the bottom. And then she also had extensive jobs over the years with Stoke City Football Club. I mean, how many people do you know who can actually say that they were the best in the world? And she was literally the best. She was a professional athlete. She knew what it took, and she had a lot of experience. And she was bringing that to our school for our after-school football program. So I realized I could learn a lot from her, and our students could really benefit from this program. So she took me under her wing, and then we started to go to soccer conventions and start having a display about the program. And then she knew everyone, and she tried to teach me about the program very patiently, trying to educate me about everything about football or soccer in America. And so as I went there, I would meet lots of people, but to me, I was just amazed because it seemed like everyone knew her. Wherever we went, they go, oh, hi, Angela, good to see you. It's like, okay, that must be somebody else, and had all the people in the football world. And then I remember one time, we were speaking with someone. She goes, hey, how, Angela? She goes, great, we're chatting. She introduces me to her. We have a little chat, and then we walk away. And then Angela, even though she's been really working with me on my football skills, she stops me afterwards and like, Greg, do you know who that was who you just talked to? I said, no. She goes, that was Fatma Samura. Still blank face, like, I don't know what that means. She goes, that was the Secretary General of FIFA. And to embarrass myself some more, I said, what's FIFA? So clearly, I'm not a football guy. So the whole point, though, is I was very open-minded to have this collaboration with her, and it really helped me to think, what are the ways that I can really offer opportunities for our students to help them pursue their definition of success with unparalleled opportunities? So as a conference theme, I look at the words innovate, integrate, and inspire, and it immediately resonated with me. Two of them words automatically are in our guiding statements for at our school, and you probably have some of those in your guiding statements as well. In fact, two of those are even the pillars for our school. So I really feel like these words really resonate with me. If I look at the first one, traditional schooling, it makes me look at, when I look at this, I look at traditional schooling, this is what it was like for me. So to me, even going to elementary school, there's lots of textbooks. I had a textbook for math, a textbook for science, a textbook for health, and it was failing exams. We had to sit in rows. We had to sit in alphabetical order in those rows, and it wasn't the most motivating thing for me. So those are the kind of things that I remember from what I would call traditional schooling, which is what I was trying not to do in our IB school. So we know the IB programs, and we know the diploma program is the oldest IB program, but in particular, I really like the career-related program, and I'm going to share some experiences with that for all of you that may not know as much about the career-related program. But overall, I think these are really helping us to transcend the traditional model of education, and they help us be a little more flexible with the opportunities that we can offer to our students during the day and outside the school day as well by having those external partnerships. So this morning, I wanted to share these words and how I think they really inspire us, and share some of the experiences that I've had in my school that I think relate to these three words, and offer some strategies of how you can integrate these into your school to really help not only with your school's growth, but helping your students as well. So innovation. There's many different ways that you can define innovation, and people may say technology or AI and all of those things, and those are all completely true. But if somebody asked me, Greg, what is really innovative about your school, especially if they're coming for a tour, the first thing I would pop out would be the career-related program. I think that is something that's very innovative. And I had the most experience with the SCAD, the Savannah College of Art and Design, and I've had that at the school in Shanghai, as well as the school now in Malaysia having that program. Now, the way I do the CP program, and there's different models and different ways of doing it, is we set it up as a dual enrollment university program. This is for students that are very, very passionate, and they know what they want to do in high school, and they're ready to start university work in high school. That means in grade 10, they're applying to college. In grades 11 and 12, they're taking university courses while they're doing high school classes. For example, the way we have it set up, a student will spend half their time on diploma courses, maybe about 3 courses, and the other half of the time doing university coursework. So the time they finish the university, by the time they finish the high school, they have approximately 1 year of their university completed, depending on the student and the program and the number of classes they take. So it really gives them a head start. Parents love this because once a student graduates from high school, they have a year of university, so instead of spending 4 years on tuition, they're only spending 3 years on tuition. But so this one is for the students that are really passionate about art or design, and that is really important. It's not for everyone. It's a unique pathway. It's not for the student that says, oh, I kind of like art, maybe I want to get into art, I'll start taking university courses in high school. No. This is for the students that really know, this is who I am. I am an artist. I am a designer. This is what I'm going to do. This is my future, and I'm ready to start it now. They have to do academically well, really good with their time management skills, and really determine that's what they want to do. Other examples of the career-related program that we had is Embry-Riddle. And this kind of started sort of a chance opportunity as well, too, because I was sitting in my office, and someone comes up to me and says, hey, Greg, have you ever heard of Embry-Riddle before? And I said, yeah, because I grew up in Florida next to NASA, watching rockets from the front yard and seeing the rockets go off all the time. And I knew Embry-Riddle was a very large aeronautics aviation university. That was just down the road from my home. And so I said, yes. Well, they want to talk about a partnership for the career-related program. So of course I said, yes. Being open-minded again, what could this do for our students? So now our students, if they enroll in the career-related program, it's for students who are very motivated with aeronautics, aviation, and engineering. It's the same dual enrollment program. They're spending half their time taking university DP, half the time taking diploma courses, and half the time taking university courses. So it gives them a head start on their university work. Another program that we have within our career-related program is with a partnership with Sumas Business School. And so let's say maybe a student isn't really interested in art and design, diploma's not really for them, they're not really super passionate about aeronautics, aviation, or engineering. Well, let's say they're looking for a career in business, especially if they're passionate about sustainability, because as we know, that's just becoming more and more important. Businesses are looking for people that not just understand the business model, but sustainable business practices. And so this is really something that would be applicable for them. If students are interested in business, it's the same thing. Half the time they work on their high school classes, the diploma courses, and half the time they work on the university courses. To me, I see these as innovative programs that have a niche for particular students that are ready to start their careers and their university work while in high school. And another experience we have, the career-related program, is let's say a student is interested in sport, and they realize, maybe I'm not going to be a professional player, maybe I want to go ahead and stay in sports and doing something with sports, and maybe they're interested in sports management. And if so, then we'd recommend the World Academy of Sports International Sports Management Program for them. It's the same thing. They're working on their university work while in high school. So I see all of these things as a very innovative program at our school that offer very unusual opportunities for our students. So if I define innovation at our school, I would say it's having those kind of partnerships. Because think of it. If you have a student who's taking classes from Embry-Riddle in grade 11, the contact that they're having with those professors, the technology, the resources, that's not anything I could possibly provide at my school. But they're getting those things while they're in high school. They're dealing with the experts in the art, in design, and the aeronautics, and the business, and sustainables. To me, that's a very innovative way to provide an education to give those students that are really passionate about those subjects. And I think the IB Career-Related Program really gives us the flexibility to do that. So with integration, again, I think there's other ways that you can define integration, but to me, it makes me think of not only those have partnerships of the school where the students are doing something outside the school, I look at as sort of integrating our extracurricular activities or outside partnerships with what we're doing with our curriculum inside of our school. How can we integrate those things into the student experience? And so another thing I wanted to share for this one is with Everton. So we did have the Stoke City Football Club running our football program in Shanghai. And when I moved to Malaysia and came as head of school, I wanted to start a similar program. I was having conversations with Stoke again. Hey, do you want to start the same thing in Malaysia? Let's want to do that. And I was approached by Everton Football Club. And so they said, hey, Greg, we hear that you're looking for an after-school football program, and we know what you've done in Shanghai. We're interested in talking with you. So, of course, the first thing I did was go to my computer and find out what Everton was, because I didn't know. And so I found out, yes, they're a very, well-known club. They're probably the 10th most watched team in all of Europe, and so they have lots of experience and credentials. But in choosing this, it's very important because I've seen other schools try to do this sort of program too in Shanghai when they saw our program, but it's important to pick a professional club that's not doing it for money, because you're not going to make any money off of it. There's only so much money you can make on a 9-year-old buying a shirt from a Premier League club. It's not about making money. It's about providing an unusual opportunity. And make sure that the club understands that because they truly want to help the students appreciate sport. Maybe the student just wants to learn football for fun for the first time, and that's their entire goal. Maybe they already know football and they want to improve their skills. Maybe they want to be on a competitive team. Maybe they want to use the sport as a way of getting to university and paying for university, or maybe they want to use the sport to be a professional player. All of those things should be important in that kind of partnership. And so the way it works is we have external coaches come in. So they work with Everton coaches in the UK, but they're stationed with us in Malaysia. They have video conferencing with them every 1 to 2 weeks. They use the curriculum, and it's a very clear connection with the Everton Football Club in the UK. The way it sets it up is we made an office for them. So all the coaches or any of the Everton staff will be there. When they come and visit or they're here working, then this is where their grounds are. This overlooks our pitch in the back where they have all the lessons. It goes on about 6 to 7 days a week. So with any similar programs that you may have, then of course you look at international experiences for them. So when it was Stoke, the students could go to the training grounds of Stoke in the UK. So imagine our young footballers, and they're getting a chance to go actually see where the professional players play, where they see it on TV. That's very inspirational for them. They can go to the training grounds and work with the training coaches in that area. We had the same opportunity for our students with the Everton program, that they can go to Finch Park, the training ground for Everton as well. We've also had experiences from other teams from other countries wanting to train with our coaches and play with our teams, friendlies, and they had those interactions with those other schools, those other programs from around the world. So it's really been a really positive experience for those people that are interested in football. So this is what our Everton team looks like now, because we just started this year. And then you may recognize her, that's Angela Smith. So she's here as a consultant. So we hired her as a consultant because, of course, I still know very little about football. So she helps kind of translate things between the school and Everton to make sure that we're meeting each other's expectations. So she's still very much involved. It's had other spin-offs as well, too, because I believe that every student is different. And we're not trying to teach averages. We're trying to teach individual students. And they all have different pathways to success. And some students are very, very sporty. So we look at ways that we can provide opportunities for the art students, the design students, business students, and science and math students. And we're also looking at what do we do for sport? What kind of partnerships can we do to help provide more opportunities for our students? And one of them is we made a partnership with First Point USA. They're a scholarship agency. So if a student wants to go to a university in America with sport, they're more than welcome to apply to 4,000 to 5,000 universities on their own and see what their chances are of applying to all of them. Or they can work with First Point. And what First Point does is they come to our campus and they send their trial scouts. And it's not just our students. We had students from 35 different schools during the first visit. And they will come out and they will assess the students and they'll talk about America and being in America. And sometimes those students will get offers from other universities that they weren't even considering before. So this really helps for those people that want to use sport as a way to go into the universities and pay for universities in America. Maybe I'm just too far away with the remote. I don't know if it's actually doing this one or what. There we go. So another one is pretty similar that I'm sure all of your schools have as well, is we'll play sports with other schools in our city. That's very common because you want to have those experiences and in the leagues that you're in. And then we've been playing some teams within the country as well. But this is very brand new for us, is international tournaments and leagues. So now we just joined the group, and it was just the middle of last year. So this is just 8 schools. It's from Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and now Malaysia. So now we have international tournaments every month. And so our students can go to those other schools for basketball or volleyball. There's even an art exchange, or we can host them at our school. But basically, each school will host it just one time a year. So there's something every month. As with the usual sporting events, so we just had the junior basketball tournament at our school. It was a buzz of excitement. Now, I've been to sporting events at our school before, but this was different, because the whole school was involved, and to have 100+ students come from other schools and spending a few days at our school took a lot of work planning and preparation, and that made a lot of excitement to see the whole school community really supporting the athletes in this area. But this is something I wanted to show too, because it benefited our entire school. If you look at the picture here, it says HIS. Our school isn't HIS. That's for Hanoi International School. So what some of our elementary teams figured out was, well, we have these students coming from other countries. They're not bringing their families. They're not bringing other students. It's just them. And so they're all alone. So we had classes adopt them. And so they were cheerleading for those teams as well. So it wasn't just about us. It was making sure that everyone had a positive experience when we had these sort of events. And I thought that was really amazing. And for inspiration, so then what is the point of all of these things? We want to inspire all of our students. We always want to inspire them to follow their passions so that they impact positive changes in the world beyond. And so, does it really have an impact? So I wanted to share some of the success stories from that. If I talk about SCAD, SCAD is the career-related program that I've dealt with the longest. And I remember in Shanghai, you get towards the end of the year and we start talking about scholarships, and our students in the career-related programs were getting lots of scholarships. I'm thinking, that's really amazing. And why is that? And so I have a theory that if you're at a university and you have millions of dollars to give away for scholarships, one way is you have a piece of paper with the student's name on it, and they've written an essay or whatever on it, and that's pretty much all you have to judge. On the other hand, you have a high school student that's been taking your university classes and has the recommendations of your own university professors, and they're doing academically very well. Who are you going to give a high scholarship to? And it wasn't uncommon for our students to get 25, 50, 75%, or even 100% scholarship because they wanted them to stay at their university after graduating from high school. As part of the career-related program, depending on the university, their credits are transferable. But the universities, after having all that time, would like them to stay, and in change, we're giving them lots of university scholarships. So that was a huge benefit. Another success story is First Point USA. We would have students who would work in partnership with First Point USA. And the way it works then, they would be representing them. They go to universities and saying, here's what we found out about this person, here's their portfolio, we want to share. And then they go back to our students and say, okay, here's what we got. Here's the 5 universities from America that are all bidding on you. Here's the scholarships that they present. And that was opening up a lot of inspiration for our students. Like, I never even thought of this university. Look at all these scholarships that we're getting. So that was really supporting those students that wanted to use sport as their career path. And then talking about football at the very beginning. There's a lot of young boys and girls that dream of being professional athletes, dream of being footballers, and you think, what is the chances of that happening? It's extremely rare. We know that. But with the foot program that Angela and I had, we've had 5 players go professional. And when I was in Malaysia and I was trying to find where some of them were, I was happy to find out that one of our Japanese students that trained with us in China was now a professional player in Malaysia, just a couple hours from our school. So of course we invited him to come in and have a presentation to our parents to talk about, okay, if you're really passionate about sport and you want to be a professional player, what does that pathway look for you? And he was happy to give that talk, and we had many students inspired or even really aware of what kind of sacrifices and work it took to be a professional athlete. In addition, we were lucky that his mom came. And so she could talk to the parents as well, saying, if your student really has aspirations of going professional, here's what you need to consider, and here's what it's like. So I think those were another examples of really how our students were inspired to follow their own career, their own pathway to success. So my final thoughts is on that first reflection, it really helped me to understand the power of the partnerships and being open-minded to them. If I could go back. Apologies. Okay, we're going to get the slide here. All right, let's try one more time. 2 more times. I skipped it again. Come on, let's go back one. Okay, anyway, the whole point is, did I miss? I know that's very entertaining. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm not going to touch it. Don't touch it. So my whole point is that reflection that I had in the beginning is thinking about education and the opportunities that we can have for our students. It's by being very open-minded and having those external partnerships. People coming to my school and saying, what do you think about this? And being open-minded to think, well, how can that help my students? Because they are all different. They all have different definitions of success. So whether it's through the career-related program or the other partnerships, I think we've really provided some unparalleled opportunities for our students. One more. And so my final thoughts. Okay, imagine a brick wall. And somebody's put a brick on that wall. My final thoughts are, next time someone comes to you with an idea, hey, why don't you consider this program? Why don't you consider the career-related program or whatever? Just keep an open mind, because you never know that may be a really great opportunity for your students and for your school. And just think of that brick, that new program, that new innovation you have for the school as another brick in the educational foundation of your students. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Greg. That was amazing. And it's not, I mean, of course, it's lovely to hear the word open-minded because it's one of the learner profile attributes. But I think it's about really your leadership in looking at what opportunities could be there that are going to benefit your school and the long-term relationships that you've maintained. I mean, that story with Angela was fabulous. Just a chance meeting and a development there, and then suddenly she's here in Malaysia with you and your students as well coming in. It was just wonderful. Thank you so much for showcasing the CP as well, the career-related program, another passion of mine and of the IBs. And thank you again for just showing what leadership means in an IB school. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much. Please stay on stage.
Okay, Ibu Dewi and Pak Faisal. We'll give the token of appreciation again.
Thank you so much again, Greg. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Dwi Yuliantaro. Pak Dwi has, for the past 20 years, worked in education, specializing in curriculum, teaching, and educational policy, with a focus on global education that follows inquiry, critical thinking, and innovation. He is a Fulbright scholar. He earned his MA and PhD in curriculum and instruction from Michigan State University. Pak Dwi is the founder and executive director of Nusa Widyantara in Indonesia, a consulting firm dedicated to enhancing education quality through school transformation. He has worked across 3 continents and led initiatives to internationalize schools in Indonesia and beyond. Previously, Pak Dwi served as the head of school for the IB diploma program at Pradita Dirgantara School in Central Java. It was my pleasure to work with him during that time when we were bringing the school on board for the IB. May I please invite Pak Dwi to come to the stage and speak about his experiences in empowering teachers, educating teachers of the future. Pak Dwi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone. So that's my title for my speech this morning, Empowering Teachers, Educating Leaders of the Future. I think this is very much in line what Pak Iwan and Pak Jaspal has talked about before. So Brother Iwan, Pak Jaspal, Pak Greg, and everyone in attendance. Allow me to briefly introduce about myself, because all these people are very famous already, so they don't need to, have a further intro, but I have not, so I need to promote a little bit of myself, right? So, I call Pak Iwan brother, because we actually a Fulbright scholar together back in 2006, and then we did our Fulbright master's program. Pak Iwan did it in Columbia. I did it in Michigan State University in teaching education department. And then when we finished our program, he spent another year in New York and then came back to Indonesia. I was offered to do a PhD in curriculum, teaching, and education policy. And the reason why they offered me to continue to my PhD is because they established a newly undergraduate program that the ultimate goal is to produce global teachers who will be able to teach in any international schools across the world. So I was the part of the designer and also the developing team of the program. And before joining as the co-founder of the Academy Kader Bangsa or Kader Bangsa Academy, I was the first IBDP head of school of Pradita Dirgantara. Anybody knows Pradita Dirgantara here? Yeah, I think most of you, if you follow the news and trend in Indonesian education, I'm pretty sure you will hear and have heard about Pradita Dirgantara. Thank you. Because Pradita Dirgantara has become a very viral school in the country. You know why? So Pradita Dirgantara has only been around for 6 years. I joined the school on the 2nd year, in which I have to reform the school leadership and the operations of the school from, well, the previous head of school was a professor from Universitas Negeri, no, UNS, Universitas 11 Maret. It's UNS, but they say Universitas 11 Maret. I don't know why they call it UNS. So the previous principal was a professor from ONS, but whatever their team did is not meeting the expectations of the foundation. So I was invited. I was actually, at that time, I worked with Monash University in Melbourne as the associate director for Australia-Indonesia Center. And one of my colleague, professor from Universitas Diponegoro, invited me to help establish an international schools in Indonesia. In 4 years of my involvement with Pradita Dirgantara, we transformed the school as the school that it is today. So me and my Pradita team, and they are actually here now, so I would like to call them up. Pa Oscar, can you please stand up? So, Pa Oscar is currently the IBDP head of school, who replaced my position. He was my prodigy, becoming the DP coordinator in our IBDP school. And the team that helped us in the core, like we have core subjects, right? The six subject groups. And we have Ibu Nadia, can you please stand up? And then Ibu Reisa, and Pak Panji right there. The two of them, Ibu Reisa and Ibu Nadia, is actually an English teacher background. But we need to have TOK teachers, correct? Theory of knowledge teachers. And I do not have anybody with that background. This is something very unique of Pradita. This school is under Indonesian Air Force and located in the military compound right across the airport. So that gives me a lot of complications because I cannot hire expat teachers to work in my school. Not because I don't want them to work with us, but I can't. Anybody who is expat wanting to work in the military compound has to go through this, like so many intelligent screening, which ended up not gonna go anyway. So why bother, right? So what I did was I have to come up with a very creative idea where I have to reassign people with various background to teach subject that they never teach before. Pak Panji, he is actually a historian. He has a history background. But what I told him is that I don't want you to teach history. I want you to teach philosophy. And you know what happened then? He has to work very hard. Of course, I guide through all of the process of that learning because I love philosophy myself. And this year, he won International Philosophy Olympiad in Finland. The first Indonesian team ever attending the Olympiad, and he won the first place. So Pradita Dirgantara only within like 4 years of presence in Indonesia, becoming the third best school in the country based on LTMPT. So this is the data, and this is more of like the specific, like ranking calculation and everything. This is in 2022, so 2 years ago. If LTMPT, the government body who is actually like caring for the performance of the school across Indonesia, still there today, Pradita Dirgantara will be the #1 high school in Indonesia by 2023. Because we have performed much higher than the #1 school, which is Man Insan Cendekia. right, Oscar? Our percentage increased to 80%. Their percentage decreased to 60%. So, speaking about education nowadays, the title that I put as my speech was actually talking about teachers. I would say like my biggest passion in education is actually to work with teachers. I'm a teacher educator by training, both in my master's and PhD. And I agree with what Jaspal said in his keynote speech earlier, that teacher is the key element of school success. You know, there is a research paper published by the OECD that says the quality of an education institutions will never exceed the quality of its teachers. So, of all the 4 elements of school success, teacher is the most important one. If we want to make sure that our school exceed and success in all the objective that we want to achieve, then we need to make sure that we have the best and the brightest teachers ever. So, today's challenge actually is not new. I don't think it's actually unique. It has been around for decades. Back in 1971, there is a philosopher from Australia critiqued the education, the modern education system. In his book entitled Deschooling Society, he critiqued how education, schooling per se, is too prescriptive and leave out rooms for creativity, innovation that help teachers to grow as educators. And we actually still experience his critique today. So, teachers oftentimes, caged by policy that is not supportive of what they are doing. It's mostly constraining with too of a technical that make teachers simply doing their job to comply with the policy. Also, most of the how do we get back? Okay. The responsibility, especially administrative responsibility given to teachers, is actually preventing them to be more, quote unquote, independent and have freedoms. So instead of liberating them with what they need to do, which is to teach our students, it's more like doing the opposite. So the term that Ivan said as deschooling society, what I see or what we see today is the unschooling reality. This is a quote that I actually like, and I think it goes along with the unschooling reality that we have today. The biggest challenge for us in the 21st century is not those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Imagine you have a cup of water, or a glass of water, or a cup of tea, and it's full, right? And then, because you want to put so much or a new, quote unquote, fill to the cup, with the water still full in the cup, what's going to happen when you put more in it? It's just going to be still spill over, right? Spill over, it's going to be a waste. The same thing, I think, with us as a person. If we want to learn something, we need to be ready sometimes to unlearn what we have learned, because it's not relevant anymore. It's not there in, facing the new era. So oftentimes we are required to unlearn what we have learned, but also being able to adapt and adopt so we can relearn. So I think this is the some of the example or evidence that unschooling reality does exist. Especially because of the post-COVID-19 and also the presence of AI. If teachers is not qualified, or if we don't have quality teachers in our school, students will not care about coming into class, or even when they come to class, you know what they do? Physically, they might be there in our classroom, right? But mentally, they are somewhere else. And we don't want that to happen in our classroom. When our students come to our class, we want them to be there. Mentally, physically, there's like a mindful, when you put a space, a mind that is full. So the brain is just like busy thinking about a lot of things, but it's not really engaged with what's happening in the classroom. And then also mindful, that is one word. You have a clear focus and objective in your head, in your mind, then you are engaged with the activity or what happens at that moment. So this is when we're talking about how does future education might look like, what's going to happen in the future with our educations given the AI and all this technology that disrupt our life nowadays. So the key, I think, rests on that education will be more personalized, flexible, and connected. Something that I like is the word interdisciplinary problem solving, and then blended learning environment to create adaptive, engaging, and real-world learning experiences. I'll share with you what we did in Pradita Dirgantara when I was there. All of our teachers are mostly fresh grad, local graduates. All of our teachers are Indonesian nationals. We don't have any expatriates working in our school. But our school has the most graduate who receive the Beasiswa Indonesia Maju, BIM. You are familiar with that? So BIM, or Beasiswa Indonesia Maju, is a scholarship given to a high school graduate in Indonesia to continue their university, their college abroad, in top universities around the world. Our school is the school with the most BIM scholarship recipients. We create a system. First, I work with our teachers to create or to do three things: addressing the competencies of the teachers, make sure that they have the capacities, and the third one is creating a school culture that we want to instill in our students so that they are prepared and ready to live and continue their study abroad. So even though we have a very limited resources, very, I can say like homogeneous teachers, because they're all Indonesian, we create a culture where international mindedness, intercultural understanding, all this IB philosophy that we have learned and implement in our school is there in every single daily life of our students. And, we do care that when we work with our students, we do not just work in a classroom level, but we work with them both outside of the classroom and in their residential life arrangement. Because our school is a boarding school, so every single students live in our school compound. So that makes things a lot easier. So these are some of the things that we need to care about and really address with our teachers when we want to help support and prepare our teachers for educations of the future. In IB, we have 10 learners profile. OECD also published what they call skills of the future. There are 16 different skills divided in 3 different categories: foundational literacies, global competencies, and character qualities. But the question is then, if every single school, everybody knows all those qualities that we need to instill in our students, what is it that makes us unique as a school, right? So what we did at Pradita, we adopt the 7 survival skills by Professor Tony Wagner of Harvard University. So he published a book entitled The Global Achievement Gap, in which he talks about how schools across the world, not just school in the United States, school across the world has failed preparing their students to be able to survive and thrive after high school. So he's not talking only about college, but he's talking beyond college, how the students will later work as professional in a work setting, and if they want to continue in university, how the basic skills and ability is not being met during their high school time. So we adopted those 7 survival skills and we implemented that in our school program. So this is the quote that I always tell my teachers. We can never give something we don't really have. It's impossible you expect your teachers to be able to teach critical thinking if we ourselves, if you yourself as teacher, cannot do it. Cannot role model what is critical thinking, how does it look like in a classroom setting, and how you as teacher can actually nurture that ability, the skills to your students on a daily basis. We're not going to expect a special course or subject called critical thinking, correct? We already have so much in our school to teach to our students. So critical thinking is something that is being embedded in everything we do as teachers. So what we do is then we need to make sure that our teachers has the ability to role model and nurture critical thinking in our students. So yes, critical thinking is a big part of our school activities or character in Pradita. And this is something that I also personally develop with every single teacher in our school. This is a very famous model and concept being used almost like every school in the world. Pak Iwan studied pretty much everything similar because we have the same professor. We are in the same department. And we have the same dissertation chair. So when we have our dissertation meeting, Pak Iwan and I will sit together with our dissertation chair talking about all these different things. And our department chair, Susan Wilson, was actually the students of Lee Shulman. I don't know if like any of you are from the United States and study education. I'm sure you know who Lee Shulman is. Like, he came up with knowledge, the theory called knowledge in teaching, where a teacher should master one, content knowledge, two, pedagogical knowledge. And back then, when he actually when he wrote his theory, there is a two big camp opposing each other, talking about if we want to be a teacher, should we be someone with a high content expertise or with pedagogical expertise? And he came up with this idea of pedagogical content knowledge, combining the two and coming up with a new camp. And this is very unique because an English teacher will have a different approach method to teach English as compared to a mathematician or physicist, biologist, right? So pedagogical content knowledge is the ability, knowledge, and skill of a teacher to teach a particular subject with method, strategies, and approaches relevant to that subject. And this is something big that we did in Pradita Dirgantara. And I make sure that every single teachers, when they are creating their syllabus and lesson plan, we talk deeply about that. So we have a practice we call lesson planning meeting, and we did it every single week. I sit with the teacher every single week to talk about their lesson plan and how they actually design an activities that nurture critical thinking through knowledge questions and TOK ideas, and also how the PCK is being implemented in the classroom. And the famous diagram here is actually showing how TPEC, technological pedagogical content knowledge, is being the most recent theory in education, because if we teach in nowadays life, we cannot separate or detach ourselves with the presence of technology, especially when today the presence of AI is so obvious and so progressive. If you cannot master AI, then simply we will be left behind. And this is what teachers need. I agree with Pak Iwan. Professional learning community is a big part of school success and how we can nurture our teachers to grow. And of course, continuous, and I would prefer school-based professional development instead of sending teachers somewhere do workshop, but only most of the challenges it's only like one-shot workshop and there is no continuity in that. TPEC is mentioned, collaborative interpersonal skills. This is the new. But just Paul mentioned that the problem with mental health issues in nowadays education is so prevalent. And I think this is something that is not there before. As teachers, we are not being trained to be psychologists, let alone clinical psychologists, to deal with mental health issues. But this is something that we have to learn. This is inevitable that we have to know how to deal with students when they have mental health issues. And this is something that is now becoming the buzzword in educational world. So, yes, critical thinking again come up with the key success for school success. Now, trying to solve the problems of education in Indonesia, we come up with a very innovative strategies. So I would like to introduce Akademi Kader Bangsa, where I'm the co-founder of the academy. And also we have Academy Guru Kader Bangsa, Pak Jaspal. You mentioned that you work quite often with teachers and you have program. So this is the challenge that we have in Indonesia. Indonesia needs to create, to produce future leaders. But we believe that IB diploma curriculum is the best and most suitable curriculum to create those leaders. Now, that's the gap between the general school in the country and school with IB program. So we need to create schools that implement IB curriculum, and we believe, based on the experience we have with Pradita Dirgantara, that we need to have a boarding school to close the gap. And this is the statistics, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia, you know, in the beginning of Pak Iwan's presentation, Pak Iwan presented our data, right? Our country, like how big is our populations. We are the 4th largest country in the world, and we are the biggest archipelago country in the world. You can imagine like the challenges that Pak Iwan have to face in dealing with all this education system. But he did such a great job. So yes, big applause to Pak Iwan. In Indonesia, we only have one school that implement an IB curriculum program in the DP level with a boarding school system with full scholarship. So we need to create more of that kind of school. And why boarding school matter? We'll talk about it. But this is something that we want to also make sure happens. Our president, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, he spent his high school year abroad in an international school. So he did his high school in American school in London, in UK. And based on his observations, all the great leaders in UK are coming out of international boarding school. So he believes that in order for us to transform the quote-unquote leadership leader apprenticeship in Indonesia, we need to create an international school that also has boarding school system in it. And Academy Kader Bangsa Academy is here to be, one, designing and developing the establishments of the IB school across the country. We will also help with the school operation. So imagine you are like a billionaire, you have so much funding, you have so much resources, like you have lands and everything. You want to build a school, but you don't know how to do it. You can just like give it to us and we'll do it for you. And then we also going to manage the scholarship program from different pathways. And this is the design of our school. 100% boarding, need blinds analysis, meaning what? We do not look at every individual students who will come to our academy, whether they are from low socio-economical status or from high socio-economical status. As long as the student is qualified and has what it takes to be part of our academy, we will admit them in our school. If it happens that they are from low economy family, then we will work our best to make sure that they can be funded to do education in our school. Okay? Because we are in Indonesia and we carry forward Mr. Prabowo Subianto program, we have to instill nationalism and also global-mindedness. These are the 4 schools that we have that we are going to establish. The first one is Academy Guru Kader Bangsa in Magelang. And then we also are going to establish the Academy Kader Bangsa. So it's a IBDP program in Magelang. If you want to know where that location is, Google Mesa Stila Resort. It's very famous international destination. Very beautiful. It's on the slope of mountains. So if you are there, you can see around, all you see is all these different volcanoes around you. And then we have also Academy Kader Bangsa Yogyakarta. And here with us today is the owner of the site or the locations, Gus Romi. Mohon berkenan berdiri. Gus Romi will partner with us in establishing the Academy Kader Bangsa Yogyakarta. He is famous politician in Indonesia and also very successful entrepreneur. And we have also Kader Bangsa Cimanggis. This is also located in a very strategic and beautiful site. Who likes to play golf? So in Cimanggis, there is this most beautiful golf course in the country. And our school is actually just right across. So the school building will be facing the golf course, and the extracurricular activities for the students will be them playing golf, and the teachers' recreation, on your space. The next one is actually SMA Kemala Bayangkara. If you know Indonesia enough, you will be able to identify what is Bayangkara. So Kemala Bayangkara is one of our school that will be developed in partnership with the Indonesian Police Department. And I believe I see some of the representative from the foundation. Mohon berdiri, Ibu. They will be our partner in establishing the Kemala Bayangkara Academy. This is the site. This is the one in Magelang. This is still the one in Magelang. This is the one in Yogyakarta. So most of our school, this is not something that we actually planned before, but all of our school is located surrounded by mountains. So in a way, our concept of mind, body, and soul can be fully developed with the context of the nature that we have around and how our school will be an integrated part of the environment. This is the one in Cimanggis. Those are the golf course around. And this is the one in Gunung Sindur. Gunung Sindur is where the Kemala Bayangkara Academy will be built. And this is the people behind the Academy Kader Bangsa. I would like to invite Mr. Dirga Yuza Setiawan. And also Mr. Miftah Sabri. I think he's around. Okay, he just went out. So, if you look at the people who are becoming the people behind the screen of our foundation and academy, Mr. Dirga Yuza Setiawan is considered to be the son of Mr. Prabowo Subianto. He is the prodigy of Mr. President. He is the speech writer for Mr. President. He has published, correct me the number, Mas Yuza, is it 25 or 30? So he has published, and he is still very young, as you can see. He has published around 25 books that he wrote with Mr. President, and also books that he wrote himself. So you can imagine how smart he is. And the other co-founder, Mr. Miftah Sabri, if you are into politics or if you know like the politics in Indonesia, he is the founder of Total Politics channel in YouTube. Very famous, has the most viewers on all these different programs. And this is something funny, why I am part of this foundation and academy. Mr. Sabri actually enrolled his daughter to be a student in Pradita Dirgantara. Just like me, when I joined Pradita Dirgantara, I spent most of my time and career abroad. Even though I'm Indonesian, my Indonesian is very rusty. In Pradita, if you want to be part of the family, they will do like a series of tests, very comprehensive. They are testing you as if you want to be in the Air Force. And one of the things that becoming the obstacle is the psychological test. When I had to do my psychological test, the test is in Bahasa Indonesia. I have no clue what they are asking. Sorry, all the psychologists in the room. I have no idea what you guys are aiming. I have no idea how I should answer the questions. So every single time I click, because it's computer-based, I will call the assistant. So can you please help translate the question in English so that I can understand what you are asking and I can answer it. The same thing happens to Mr. Sabri's daughter. She failed every single thing. It was excellent. But she failed in the psychological test. And because of that, she couldn't be part of the Pradita Dirgantara school. And then, Pak Miftah has this grudge, right? Man, this is not right. My daughter is smart enough and she could have been able to be the students at Pradita. So then, what he did, he made this revenge by establishing the foundation with Mas Yuza, Yayasan Pendidikan Kader Bangsa Indonesia. And then, when I actually resigned from Pradita Dirgantara, so I resigned because I'm currently a visiting professor at Northern Illinois University. I'm working with them in their curriculum and instructions department. I'm assigned and responsible for the teaching of multicultural education and also bilingual educations. So yeah, I'm working within those two areas with other professors in the college. So when I resigned from Pradita Dirgantara and Pak Miftah know that I'm no longer with Pradita, they invited me to join the club. So here we are, establishing the Kader Bangsa Academy. So this is our track records. And having that said, that's my closing statement, I would say. If you are interested to learn more about what we are trying to do in transforming Indonesian education, please feel free and don't hesitate to meet with us, to meet Mas Yuza, to meet with Gus Romi, and also other people that I mentioned, people from Pradita, and hopefully we can collaborate and work together in one way or another. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Dwi, for that wonderful exploration of how you are marrying the IB diploma along with the Indonesian education system. I think the story of Pradita Dirgantara is going to be very interesting for all of us in the next 2 days that we're here. And we hope that we can borrow you for one of the sessions that I'm going to be running tomorrow. We'll talk about it later. But it is indeed a very, very wonderful journey of public, private, all of those efforts to make learning accessible to students. So thank you again very much for that very illuminating
Thank you
speech.
so much, Avi. Something that I need to mention about Avi, when we did our authorizations, Avi is our advisor. She has been a tremendous help for us. Without her, we couldn't do our authorizations in 10 months. So we have a great support from IB, and we also have a great team in our part. Thank you so much.
We're relying on you for that. Thank you so much.
We invite Ibu Dewi and Pak Faisal once again to give appreciation to our keynote speaker. Thank you, Ms. Avalokita Nanda and our keynote speakers for the insightful session. You truly set the tone for the summit. Thank you very much. Up next, now we are honored to introduce our sponsors, the Manage Bag and Hachette Learning, the two pioneering organizations in educational innovations. To begin, I'd like to welcome and introduce our speakers from Manage Bag, Mr. Ryan Vulasan, Head of School Experience APAC at Varia Education Group, and Mr. Ranley Kuo, Senior Solution Consultant at Manage Bag, who will share their insights with us today.
Thank you very much. We'll just wait for them to play our slides. But yeah, thank you, IB, for having us. It's great to see a lot of familiar faces. So as some of you may not know me, I am Ryan Bulosan. I'm the head of school experience at Varia Education Group. Prior to actually joining Varia Education Group, I attended the IB ASEAN Forum in 2019 in Vietnam. Show of hands, anyone who has joined this forum in 2019? Not a lot of people. Do I see some hands here? Okay. So prior to joining Varia Education Group, I was actually a diploma program coordinator. I worked closely with Faisal Musa, who is the business development manager of the region. Florian was my school, IB World School manager. I was consulting with him for our IB evaluation. I wanted to start out with that because I wanted to let everyone know that people at Varia Education Group work closely with educators. We've all come from different backgrounds that have worked closely with teachers, with school leaders. Either we were past educators or we've worked as school leaders ourselves. So I wanted to just very briefly make some introductions about Varia Education Group. Varia Education Group has about 10,000 schools, 4 million students, and we have reached 155 countries. And our mission is to reach every learner and inspire every educator. Now, who here knows about Manage Back? Raise your hand. Okay, I see quite a lot of hands. Who here knows about Varia Education Group? Not a lot of hands, which is perfectly understandable. So we've made some changes and restructurings when it comes to how we approach schools moving forward. And for some of you who may know, we've had our past CEO, Theodore King, who has built Manage Back very successfully. But we've also grown as a company wherein we have services, which we're going to talk about in a bit, that covers admissions, curriculum, management of school activities, and likewise providing online schooling. And so I'm sharing with you the list of names of our leadership. Pretty much they are new faces, some quite familiar, Angelica Nieras, who used to be the managing director of ManageBack. But we have a full suite of C-level leadership that have come from different edtech companies in the past and have joined Faria Education Group to move it forward, to see the new chapter of Faria further supporting schools. So there you have it. So let me just very quickly point out the Faria difference. We draw from 15 years of experience. Actually, right now, we are now 20 years of serving schools, international schools, globally. Very high level grade of reliability and uptime. We're always 99% when it comes to the way we deliver our services. Truly global perspective because we have educators from all over the world working with us. Deep understanding of all curriculum because someone as myself, educators from various schools all over the world are also working with us to support schools globally. And of course, our support is something that's been very notable since we started as a company, and online educational experience is another thing that we offer. So we're proud to support a lot of schools. These are some of the school groups we support. In Indonesia, we have notably Espeha. And then I know some of the keynote speakers, their schools we're supporting, like for example, IGB International School. We actually support that school in Malaysia. So there you have it. Now, allow me to just very quickly walk you through our SaaS solutions, particularly starting with admissions, which is our open apply system, supporting schools with their admission process, Atlas supporting the curriculum management process of schools, ManageBack, the learning management platform, and finally, Schools Buddy supporting activities and transport management. So allow me to just very quickly talk a little bit about ManageBack. So who here is currently using ManageBack? Okay, there you have it. Who here has heard of ManageBack and is looking into it because you are planning to become an IB World School? Okay, so I see a couple of hands. Beautiful, great. We would love to be in touch with you shortly. So our mission is really to empower schools to focus on education. I've worked in an IB school for about 10 years. I've used it for about 6 years back then. I was just using it as a teacher. When I became an administrator, I've learned how to optimize it. And a lot of times, we realize that success in using edtech platforms comes with actually empowering middle leaders to train educators. And earlier, the keynote speakers were talking about gaps when it comes to technology, innovation, and adoption. And a lot of times, because we're talking to school leaders, but also we target middle leaders, those who are directly working with teachers. And that's our goal, is to ensure that teachers are empowered in using our platform. There's a full suite of things that ManageBack can do, but I will not dig into that anymore. Please do drop by a booth if you're interested. But as a snapshot, these are the things that ManageBack can do. A home for your curriculum. It doesn't just support the IB diploma, IB middle years, IB primary years, and of course CP, but also if you have other curricula at your school, it's also supported. We support powerful assessment and reporting. If you're a school that has a diploma program, we have very good integration with the e-coursework system, allowing you to collect student work from ManageBack and sending it directly to the assessment platform that IB uses for the IB exams. And finally, one thing that's very notable would be our support. All right, I'll pass it on to my colleague Ranley. He's our Senior Solutions Consultant to talk a little bit more about Open Apply and Schools Buddy.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be very, very quick. I'll talk about Open Apply first and then Schools Buddy. With Open Apply, I have been the solutions consultant for the past about 3 years, and it is our admissions, CRM, and advancement system. Okay, and what it primarily does is pretty much what it is in this circle, the application management, advancement, CRM, and also re-enrollment. So if schools are running re-enrollment, making sure like they have all the seats filled, that is something that we also do cover. All right, and a little bit about Open Apply is it was actually developed based on ManageBack users, okay? So ManageBack users came first. They said, hey, guys, you're doing a great job with our curriculum management. Our admissions team is struggling over there. Is there something that you can do for us? So actually, Open Apply is based completely on user feedback with developing new features. When we initially launched, it was basically form management. That was it. And we ventured into re-enrollment. We also do have a review mode that includes pretty much the wider team that is involved with the admissions process and doing the final review to enroll your students. All right, so very, very similar to Manage Back. We do have an end-to-end journey. The support team is amazing. That's really one of our kind of key sellers whenever I talk to new schools. You know, the product is great, but the support after the initial sale is amazing. All right, and we do also have integrations. We have a direct integration with ManageBack as well as some other major student information systems that you may have heard of. All right, and we do provide a personalized account for the family. So I understand with a lot of other CRMs on the market, it is primarily a lot of the families kind of inputting information and kind of that's it, where we do provide a parent account for the family to complete all of their necessary requirements, as well being able to keep in touch with the family throughout the admissions process. All right, so I'm going to jump over to Schools Buddy really, really quick. Schools Buddy is our school-to-home management system. And primarily what it covers is your activities in sports. We also have a module that is online payments that does help with your registration fees for your activities in sports. All right, bus and transport system, as well as parent-teacher conferences and school communications. We understand with Schools Buddy that it's not really built for an entire pretty much SIS. So we do have great integrations with ManageBack, with other student information systems, because we understand that a huge factor in your activities as well as your bus and transport is that attendance. So we do sync with those major student information systems that you may have heard of. All right, I'm gonna pass it back to Ryan.
All right, the last bit I'm going to talk about would be Atlas. So this is one of my favorite products because as a teacher, I've used this extensively as well for 10 years. This is where I did my unit planning. This is where I've checked my teachers in terms of their collection of unit plans to make sure that it aligns with standards, particularly with the IB as well as the national curriculum. So Atlas, compared to ManageBack focuses on curriculum, IB, and then it's basically your learning management system. But if you'd like to have a platform that allows you to generate vertical and horizontal articulation of lessons and standards, Atlas is the best way to go. So you have unit planning, lesson planning, analytics, and integrations. And the beauty here actually is that if you have Atlas and ManageBack, your teachers can start building their units inside Atlas, and that will now move directly into ManageBack, making it a seamless integration between a curriculum platform and a learning management system. So there you have it. Now I wanted to just quickly wrap up by letting everyone know, but we do have a session later, breakout session number 2 at the grade 4 classroom. And you can learn more about the exciting updates we have for ManageBack, particularly what we're doing for the portfolios, as well as artificial intelligence. And this would be the team that's here at the event. So I'm Ryan, I'm the head of school experience for Asia Pacific. We have Harun Wijaya, he's the school experience manager for Indonesia. And each individual school actually has a school experience manager, and if you're a school in Indonesia, likely Harun will be your school experience manager. And finally, my colleague Ranley Kuo, who is our senior solutions consultant. Right, there you have it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Okay, wait, Ryan, okay. Whoa. Okay, come. Thank you so much for your presentation. I truly appreciate. Yeah, come. Yeah, just certificate of. Okay, yeah.
Okay, we are now pleased to hear from our next sponsor from Hachette Learning. It is my honor to introduce Ms. Jup Intarasombat, International Manager at Hachette Learning, who will share more about their contribution to educational investment.
Hello, everyone. Very nice to meet all of you.
Good day, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this session on IB professional learning. Our goal is to empower global educators and provide pathways to professional growth in international education.
How is everyone doing? Are you ready for the breakout session? Ready for lunch? Yes, I am too. I'm the last one. So I'm going to do it really quick, and I hope my session is useful for you because you are all going to do the breakout session soon. My slides are going to introduce you very quickly about what is IB teaching and learning from our angle as an IB publisher. So I'm just waiting for the slide. Finally, yes. So my session is what is IB teaching and learning from Hachette Learning. We are the IB publisher. So IB community is united through this powerful mission to create better world through high quality international education. For us, Hachette Learning, as part of the IB community, produces high quality resources to support teachers around the world to reach the IB goals. So for us, we're formerly known as a company called Higher Education, but from 25 onwards, we're going to change our name. We are going to be called Hachette Learning. To quickly introduce us as part of the IB community, we are part of the Hachette UK, one of the second biggest publisher in the UK. We are the first also to publish a book for IB, which is the Theory of Knowledge. We were also the first publisher to co-publish with the IB for MYP, that was since 2014. And we are the co-publishing partner since 2020 and publish resources for the IB Continuum. So here is a quick glance of what we are offering to school to date. So we have resources for PYP, many subjects in MYP, DP, and also CP as well. So, not yet. Apart from the key publication for the IB subjects, we are also the official partner with the IB to publish IB school year books under the John Catt brand, the division that published many CPD books for teachers. So that's are the examples of the titles that you see. So what is the IB teaching and learning? As many of you would be new to the IB community, we would like to give this opportunity for you to hear from 4 of our authors who themselves are very experienced IB educators and well known in their field. They will be sharing what is IB teaching and learning, their experiences as the IB educator, and their experiences as our author working with us, with our team, to publish resources for IB schools around the world. So the first one is John Sprague. He's our author for many of the Theory of Knowledge titles. So let's hear from him. Oh, it's no sound.
First and still as an IB philosophy teacher, but also as a TOK teacher and coordinator. And for the last decade, I've been an examiner, workshop leader, and curriculum developer. One of the things I value most about the IB education is that I know we are a team. All around the world, IB teachers are working to deliver the vision of the IB programs So sharing resources, expertise, and insight has become a core element of my experience with the IB. In fact, I started working with Hodder about 10 years ago, sharing this expertise with teachers as an editor of the IB Review, and now as a TOK author for 3 different Hodder publications. I was lucky enough to have joined an IB school 25 years ago, and I have absolutely no plans to leave the IB world. My wife is an IB educator, my children were IB diploma students. The demands of the 21st century are perfectly met through the breadth and the depth of the IB program, and provides 18-year-olds the best possible start to either university education or working life. Working with Hodder has been a joy. It's deepened my own understanding of the programs and of theory of knowledge. And through my writing, I've come to value most of my work with teachers new to the program and continue to work directly with teachers all around the world. The Hodder team has guided me to produce top quality resources for students and teachers, and I very much look forward to working with them in the future.
Yep. Next is Angela Johnson. She's our author for many of the English DP titles. She also writes for personal projects and community projects for the MYP. Let's hear from her.
Hello, my name is Angela Johnson. I've worked in the IB system, both the MYP and the DP, for over 15 years now. And what I love about the IB curriculum in relation to other curricula is that it is idea-centered rather than content-centered. So students really have the opportunity to inquire into big ideas, make connections between subjects. It's not just about finding one right or wrong answer, it's about discovering possibilities. I've had the great fortune of being able to work on several Hodder titles for both the MYP and the DP. And as an educator, this has been a really fulfilling part of my own professional development. It's allowed me to dig deeper into the subject matter or certain aspects of the programs like the community and personal projects. And it's allowed me to develop resources to share with our global community. Working with Hodder has been incredibly fulfilling and has given me access to a wider professional network that have inspired me and allowed me to learn even more on a day-to-day basis.
Yep. Next is Rita Basin. She writes for our MYP Mathematics.
Hello, my name is Rita Bateson, and I have been in the IB system for over 20 years as a teacher, as a school leader, as a curriculum developer for the IB itself, and as a textbook author for Hodder Education. I am the mathematics author for the MYP by Concept series, and I'm incredibly proud to be part of this team. The IB provides a rigorous, thought-provoking and cutting-edge education for students and teachers, and Hodder truly understands what is required to support that excellence. They are a creative and supportive team, and I'm proud to be part of them.
Okay, last but not least, very popular, Mr. Paul Huang. He is the expert in the economic subjects for many of the exam boards. He writes for us for the economics DPs, business management, and the newest one coming out next year is the extended essay.
Hello everybody, my name is Paul Huang. I was first introduced to the IB back in 2001 at Sha Tin College, part of the English Schools Foundation in Hong Kong. We decided as a school to switch away from A-levels in order to provide our students with a more international curriculum and wider opportunities for all. Since 2007, I've been working with the IB as a workshop leader. I enjoy the discussions with like-minded professionals from around the world discussing the latest pedagogical developments in education. Since 2013, I've been writing with Hodder Education. I enjoy the autonomy that they give me in creating resources to support students and teachers alike. I also like the partnership that the IB has with Hodder Education and the support that they provide me. I wish you all well in your IB journeys ahead. If there's anything I can do to support you in that process, please feel free to contact me. And finally, I wish you all the best and enjoy the rest of the IB Southeast Asia Summit.
Okay, so I hope all of them has given you some idea about the IB community if you are considering to be doing the IB school in the future. So for us, we are exhibiting outside. If you have any questions or anything that I can support you, please feel free to drop by and say hi and talk to us. And last but not least, if you are interested in getting to know more about how MYP is actually being taught in the IB world, my colleague Emily Bell, she's delivering a session at G4 Classroom, the first one after the lunch break. The session is take a look at the concept-based teaching for the MYP. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the session in the afternoon. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, for your presentation. So, sorry about the timing. Yep. Come, thank you. Okay, come take picture. Take picture. Okay.
The slide, please. At this moment, we'd like to take the opportunity to highlight the contributions of all our speakers who made the summit possible. We are grateful to have 34 in-person speakers, some of whom have flown from outside of Indonesia to dedicate their invaluable time to the summit. Additionally, we have 7 virtual speakers who are also graciously contributing to the event. A heartfelt thank you to each of you and every one of you. Please have a warm round of applause for the speakers. Before we head up for lunch break, I'd like to share some important information regarding what's coming up next. Okay, so during lunch break, we still have optional school tours, so this is optional. This will start at 1 at the theater lobby and conclude at 1:20. We have distributed a registration form for you to sign up, but if you haven't registered yet and would like to join, you're still welcome to participate. So this is for tomorrow's sessions. The in-person breakout session will begin at 1:30, after this, 1:30 this afternoon. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the breakout schedule and room locations. And we kindly ask you to arrive at least 5 minutes before the scheduled start time for each session. For virtual participants, please note that your schedule may differ. Refer to the online breakout schedule in confirmation email. As you can see in the in-person schedule, we have 3 breakout sessions this afternoon with a short refreshment break in between. For today's breakout sessions, we have 5 rooms in total: the theater here, the multi-purpose hall on the 2nd floor, and the dance room, G4 classroom, and G5 classroom, all are located in the gymnasium. Please refer to the campus map and signage to help you navigate. So for tomorrow, registration and check-in will open early at 8 a.m. Along with the light refreshments, please arrive early to avoid traffic and be seated in the theater by 8:50 a.m. As the first plenary session with our guest speaker, Dr. Chris Pat, the senior principal at NPS International School Singapore, will begin promptly at 9 a.m. This will be followed by a panel discussion on the IB Learning Continuum and the final breakout sessions. Next slide. For any further detailed information, please make sure to access the Summit's one-stop guide as well as join the WhatsApp group for on-site reminders, schedule updates, and announcement. Thank you everyone for your attention and for being a part of this morning plenary session at the IB Southeast Asia Summit. And now everyone is dismissed for the lunchtime. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. Oh, the photo.